The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Yeah. Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pit bulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pit bulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom, behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game bill, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down Ram in the dark. DSK and Mad Ohio dog, pound by hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong, Southern Bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they built it brick by brick.
Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it, don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends, everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit. It's more Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know.
Yo.
Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunch and awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitter, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunch and awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunch and awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cars. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red Ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, Yellow Bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace, turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game stamp, legit. Find him in Tornadoes pedigree, Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O., our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes! Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex, pressure built for the chase, gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade, third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
What up? What up? What's up? What? Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Big shout out to all my peeps out there in the Shark Tank. Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Yes, sir. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let me see who I got out there. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Let me get up in here. Let me see who all up in here. Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Paul Johnson, coming in, showing that mad love. I see you, bam. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Clark in the house. What up, bam? Yo, big shout out to my man right here, Mr. Aaron Jackson. Salute to you too, fam. Coming in with the 10-piece, showing that mad love. I got it, fam. Just want you to know I appreciate that, fam. Really appreciate that. He did that on the back street, fellas. He didn't even have to do that. He just set it out there. Appreciate that, fam. Got to show that love. PTCB. Jay, what up, fam? I see you. I got to show my man his love. Mike Red Boy representing Freeport in the house. What up, bam? Who else I got down there? Big shout out to my main man, Showtime Kennels in the house. What up, bam? Yo, to bite down and shake that like button. Incomparable Double M Despo in the house. What up, bam? What's it got now? Big shout out to legendary, my man, the one and only Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? To my brother from another mother, my man, Simplify, the one and only, the incomparable Shady Days, aka Sniper, aka Pit Dog in the house. What up, fam? I know every time I do that Pit Dog, it seems to get longer, don't it? All right, fam. My man in the tank, God Ghostin. What up, fam? Yo. Hell yeah. My man coming in showing that mad love. Country. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. John Dembring. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, my little brother, DB3, aka What up, bro? Big Ben, you better not fall asleep on me tonight. Big shout out to my man Aaron Jackson coming in with another 10-piece starting to show off. Showing that mad love. Appreciate that, fam. Got to give him that love. Look, man. Look, fellas. Hey. When people donate to anything, I'm telling you, it has to come from the heart. You know, and you can't help but appreciate people who do shit like that. You know, even if it was 99 cents, I would still show you the same love. Because it's not a matter of how much you give, fellas. It's the fact that you find it in your heart to give. And how can I not appreciate that and respect that? Especially over here when we talk about these bulldogs and damn near everything's free. So y'all can hit that like button. Or you could do like Mr. Aaron Jackson and a couple other ones do. Support the channel, show your love. It's going to always be appreciated. Hey, man. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight, though. You know, it'll be like on Tuesday. It's the middle of the damn week. And then it got to be Talk Shit Tuesday. So you know we got to come in hot. Before I get started, I want to give a big shout out to SDA and the panel. Cap Brothers, everybody on the panel, J Bowl nonstop. Thank you for inviting me in. When you know, had a nice conversation. Turned out to be a nice show. I just wanted to show them love and let them know how much it was appreciated. Let me see here. All right, fella, look. You know, we've been talking about a lot of things lately, but, you know, we very rarely get a chance to talk about our KP. You know, he's one of them that sits back in the dark. But, you know, after knowing a person for damn near 40-something plus years, I mean, he's family, so it's not like we just up and so happen to meet each other. You know, when you got family members that, you know, you always seem to have something in common. You know, the ones that you have a family member and y'all just have this certain thing that y'all have in common. There's always going to be a difference of opinion when it comes to, you know, the knowledge part. You know what I'm saying? Especially when they're both, you are just as skilled as your family member. It sets for great conversation, you know, based on whatever you're talking about. Because when you got two intelligent family members going head to head, you know what I'm saying? It just set for a great conversation. You get the chance to hear some funny shit. And then you get a chance to hear some real shit, because then you got two people who got their own opinions about how things work. Now, imagine taking two people like that and then trying to work together. You know what I'm saying? At some point along the way, you're going to respect each other. And I'm just put it like the way it worked for us. I'm gonna let you just be the mastermind, okay? Because that's how it came down. Him and Mo used to go at it all the time. A lot of the things that came up out of Going Hard came out of them two going at it. And I wanted to share with y'all tonight, you know, and give you a quick insight, because, you know, I know Mo he gonna take you for a ride. But I'm just more like giving you where this shit comes from. When we first started doing this show, we said you had to decide what you was going to be. You know, you're going to be a breeder, or you're going to be, you know, a pit man. When I say pit man, I'm just basically a pit man. You're going to be in that pit. So once you get that part established, it's kind of like, at some point you feel like you got to be a breeder. But in our case, we didn't really have to be a breeder. You know, because KP, he became the breeder. And whatever he bred, he would tell Mo, okay, here, try this. Most of the dogs we got, that's the setup. That was the format. He bred them, and we determined what they was going to be. Now, for two people who always went back and forth to come to that part of the agreement, you can have to understand why we were able to always seem like we were changing things. For me, that was where the mad scientist part came in. It's just, it's like, okay, we already got some shit that's working, but no. When you're dealing with a mad scientist, he always looking to do better. That's the thing that really tripped me out about them two. They drove each other to always be better. And neither one could afford mistakes. Because see, when something didn't work out, it was one of them things, where, man, I told you that shit wasn't going to hit on that. I told you that. And then they come back. Man, you didn't do what you did with so-and-so. You and then you got that kind of conversation going. But these dudes, they made it work for years. I mean, years. And another thing why I got my man, Ben DB3 in the house. See, whether y'all know that, little Ben has always been a heart of going hard. See, one thing I want you guys to know who that guy is. That guy is the guy who raised all the dogs. He's the one who took the puppies. He raised them up to down there 8-9 months. Some to down there a year. So yeah, it was just more than just me and Mo. Can't forget KP and you can't forget Ben. And that's taking a hell of a responsibility to be able to take through our work, basically. When I say our work, Ben had a job too. That was his job. And Ben had been around me. He hung out with my baby brother. That's how long Ben been around dogs. They would just come by, him and my little brother, just to grab dogs and take them for walks. Never knew why they was walking them. They didn't, we just tell them just take off with them. And that led to Ben getting older in age, moving out of Ohio, moving to Virginia, and taking at a yard to where we could give them to Ben and it'd be out of the way, out of sight, and they could grow up. So that's a big shout out to Ben because he's always here. And I want people to just know he played a major part. So you hear about Ben. Ben got more stories to tell you because Ben was in Puerto Rico. Ben's been a lot of places. Ben's getting up there in age now. And we sit back and we laugh about a lot of things. But even in his case, Ben got sick on me. And he's still here to be able to come in and enjoy the show. Even with his medical issues, he's still family. So we have a couple guys who grew up as kids that grew up around these dogs who just, you can't just act like that they're not a part of what we've done because they played a major part. That's why we give Gameville them so much respect and love. Because they took it and they were able to do things that we didn't really have a chance to do based on things that happened, but they didn't have any problems. They stuck to the plan. And that was one of the biggest things that you got to respect those guys for, all the way down to Ben, because they always stuck to the plan. You know what I'm saying? And then once you got the plan, it becomes yours. And see, for me, I wanted to share that with y'all because things just didn't fall in our lap. These weren't just things that, you sit back and you just take chances on. And like I see a lot of guys just doing all types of different breeds and things, and really don't be understanding the purpose and the meaning behind it, because we're always telling y'all you got to understand the breeder, get into the breeder's mind, and then ask yourself what made the breeder take that bitch to that male, or what made you back that male up to that bitch. It was always something behind it. So just one of them things I just thought was like, we need to pay more attention to that, because it's more than just, for some, to just backing things up. Sometimes you really got to just think about, things that we don't talk about. How were we able to do some of the things we were able to do? Sometimes it really takes having relationships with people. You know what I'm saying? The relationships lead to a lot of things. So when you got relationships with people, you kind of know them more than just one transaction. You know what I mean? Anybody be willing to take your money. But you'd be amazed at how many times, that we have made breedings without spending a dime. Well, they're always going to be the good dogs. See, for me, that's right there. It was like somebody donating to a lab, like this lab right here, somebody donating, they funded the lab, you know what I'm saying? And all you got to do is tell us, just make it happen. And then everybody sits back and check out the results. And it's crazy because, believe it or not, it's a lot that goes into a breeding program. A lot of research, a lot of understanding, a lot of seeing. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Mo. I got to go deal with these crazy animals out here, see what got them barking. I'm going to give a big shout out to my man, the legendary Mr. Will Turner in the house. What up, fam? The Hard Way Kennels, I see you. Mr. Turner said we all had our reasons for doing what we did to get the results we wanted. I appreciate that, Mr. Turner, for co-signing that, because there had to be something behind us doing what we did. It's not like we just up and did it. He said we all had our reasons. Reasons mean something was thought out. We felt like, hey, all right, and we just did it. And sometimes, there's a story behind those reasonings. Y'all heard the one between Super Kennels, Marlo, Vance, and Mo about breedings they wish they could have did. See, those things are just some things when you look back on and be wishing, oh my God, I wish we could have got that off. But then you got so much other shit off that it's not like, that's just one of them dream things that you was like, damn, it was right there. But see, we look back on it now. You know what I'm saying? Because we all now look at the results, like, wow. Shoulda, coulda, and woulda, huh? That's something that you carry with you. But understanding the reasoning and what it takes to get to the right reason to make good dogs is what we're going to be talking about tonight. Because there's a lot of dogs that, KP and Mo created that you know, they really wasn't the first ones to do it. You know, so you could take bloodlines and anybody can do it, but there's something else that I realized it wasn't that simple. Because them boys, they played close to, well, you already know. They didn't preach nothing but champions and grand champions. That was just their thing. But then finding the right ones, finding the ones that was gonna make it click, you know. How did they get to that point? You know? It still take two dogs. And that's what I loved about it. That's why I used to that's why probably me personally, I don't know shit. Because they did enough going back and forth, and then they knew so much more than I was trying to know. Because, you know, imagine three people trying to have a conversation. Well, not even a conversation, you know. Sometimes when conversations got into like shouting matches, you know. Everybody want to be heard. I couldn't be added to that shit. Didn't know enough. Them boys put in a lot of work to learn what they learned. They know. I mean, you think Mo was bad with them pedigrees? You ought to hear KP. And he was just talented with it because he was always finding himself going, sitting down somewhere, and just that's all he had to do. And that's all he did. He come, Mo, look, just check this move. So, hey, Mo, you there? Mo, dog. Hey, big shout out to my man, Melee. What up, fam? Mo. Big shout out to my man, Chico Nicholas.
What up, man?
Hey, man, I know you're there. Let me see.
My check.
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear everything else, too, in the background. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, I can. Okay, Mo, it's on you.
All right, man. What's up, y'all? I hear you. Man, what we iterating on? Fellas, what we iterating on? I missed that part. What up, everybody? Thanks for coming out. Yes, sir. We're going to go into the lab today. When he be talking about all these breedings and shit. Every once in a while, I got to dive into my own shit and show you. You know, basically, when y'all want to see crosses that work, you know, you hear everybody talking about these crosses here, crosses there, and I just felt like I'm gonna go through all crosses to show you. You know, some things when you see working, you don't try to change up. You keep it the way it is so it can stay the way it is. You know, and no guarantees that everything gonna work. If you look at all the champions that you'll see in Going Hard Dog, you'll notice that we bred to a lot of champions. I bred the Khadija, Mayday twice, Beetlejuice, Champion Twisted, you know, Champion Bozak. You know, we was stuck on breeding. We're gonna breed to a winner. If you notice the ones that I'm speaking on, they all have production in their bloodlines. You know. Excuse me, guys. Woo! Excuse me, y'all. You know, so let's play around before I go diving in everybody else's shit. I like diving in my own shit so y'all get an understanding. You know, we just don't pull up pedigrees. We can pull up our own shit and show you our work. You know, so some of you guys have probably seen these dogs, you know. You hardly hear anybody ever speak of all our winners in the Going Hard line of dogs. You know, we do have a lot of dogs out there that were champions that came through a lot of Going Hard dogs. We don't talk about them a lot. We had our times with them, and once in a while you'll see me pull up one, because of the bloodlines. You hear me talk about the Royals dogs. You gotta remember the Royals dogs, Sexy and Arnello's Monkey. Monkey dog, I think it was named Arnello's Monkey Dog or something like that. And Sexy, those were good producing dogs. The thing is, they had a litter mate. That litter mate was Gypsy. Gypsy, Monkey Dog, and Sexy, all litter mates. Gypsy was the mother to the bitch that produced Amber. Let me go pull her up. Hold on, fellas. Let me get this thing started off right by just putting it up here. And then we get on the right track. Okay. Get my sharing life together here. Okay. If y'all can hear me good, let me know if y'all hear that background too much.
Yeah, we hear it.
You hear it?
Yeah. Big shout out to my man, Having 360 in the house. What up, fam? My man, the Mad Doctor. What up, fam?
Okay, that better?
What? The sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Still might hit a little bit because I'm in the room where the TV is. Okay. Hey, did that share come up?
Yeah, I got it. It's up there.
Okay. That's Lester's Gypsy right there. You see that she had siblings. Here's her 4 siblings. Well, I would say 2 of them. There you go. Arnello's Monkey Dust. He produced that red ape dog. And Royal Sexy. I think she produced that what was that registered mare's name? No, she produced one of them bulldogs. I think he was a registered mare. I just ain't got his name down pat yet. But he's a Boyle's dog. But you see the line. When they be talking about Fletcher Shavers and David Tant, they weren't the best of friends, but they was pretty cool, But when you hear about Tant dogs ain't no more than Fletcher Shavers dogs. We give a lot of credit to David Tant for the things that he was doing with Yellow, But he started off a dog, man. Then he turned into a breeder, and then you hear all the other crazy stories that came about. But one thing about it, you can be lying on these bloodlines, doing all kind of crazy shit on them, but only true bloodlines that work, you'll find the evidence out on your own. Because this is a good fact right here. Gypsy produced. She's actually the foundation to our dogs. Definitely. There she go. There's Amber. She had a little mate brother who was right up there in Cleveland named Levi. Dodge City Kennels had him. And not only did Amber produce, but he produced. Okay? He might have been bred more than Amber, I know Amber was bred to Termite. Amber was bred. She was even bred to Rocker Stonewall before. And she was bred to Grand Champion Ace. And all this was going on from the KP. When I picked up Amber, I picked up Red Ace in the litter and that litter. But she was still bred when they bred Gypsy, the Champion Wrangler. See that breeding? Now that's us taking Amber. What more Red Boy do she need? She needed out. We got damn near the best of Fletcher Shavers in this breeding, including yellow. And this is not in the 90s. This is in the 80s. Because by the time we got into the 90s, after the breeding with Angel's Apache that she didn't take, she ended up having cancer. When we went to check in on her and see why she didn't have those pups, they found cancer, and which didn't do nothing but, get worse and worse. But we kept her along as we could. But she was definitely a great dog, a real good dog, and she produced some hellified dogs. I have to say that Grand Champion Ace breeding, it didn't really. It gave us. Red Ace had Little May's sister. She was a one-time winner. And then Red Ace, she lost to Tommy Boy. But, those who looks at it, they know that, they know what happened to Tommy Boy too. So a lot of guys know, the story on that one. But thank God we bred her to Mayday before we took her out. Our comments like, us breeding our dogs, before we take them out, we can take out one, and, we can use roids. I would have did it with, if I wasn't trying to worry about roids and Brat or Mama, I probably wouldn't have never bred Brat, or I probably wouldn't have never bred Red Ace. And or even when it came to Sassy, when I bred her the Little Buck. Sassy was a young dog when I bred the Little Buck. When Little Mayday was bred to we bred Little Mayday to Yellow Apache. Yellow Apache is off of Hooker Red and Tance Bruiser. Hooker Red is off of Tance Bruiser. So Yellow Apache was a double bred Tance Bruiser dog with a bottom cross of Grand Champion, not Grand Champion, but had a lot of Grand Champion buck in it, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of Jeep. I'll pull that up as I go scrambling down through here, okay? Well, I'm going to take off from Red Ace. To me, when we look at these breedings here, these are what I be calling outcrosses, when you reaching for shit. When you're trying to take try to come in with a battle cross line to breed into your to create your outcross. We were looking for Homer, Ozzy Stevens, Champion Homer. We were looking for him at the time. I know he had some dogs coming off of him because I know Homer was an ROM, and I think that's what we were trying to find, a good bred champion off of, that Ozzy had on his yard, because, we always felt like Ozzy was a dog man. So, when Ozzy breeding and he matching dogs and he winning, you know, them the guys we want to talk to. Same with Grand Champion Ace with Supernat matching dogs. So, you know, we know that he was breeding his shit, but those are the guys, if you notice, the guys that I was breeding to. Angel, the Angel's Apache, we know he matched dogs. Victor, when I bred the Mayday, I knew he matched dogs. Stone City, you know what I'm saying? Came back with Little Buck, we know they matched dogs. Hardcore, when I bred Put Him Mom in the Bozak, we know he matched dogs. When I went to Walk-em-all and bred the Little John, yeah, we know they match dogs. You got to look at the time. You know, a lot of these got end results to them. Windy City Combine, when I bred the Beetlejuice, I know he was matching dogs. Bob Lowry. He wasn't matching, he was sure showing up at a lot of the shows, that's for damn sure. And he had a lot of great dogs on his yard.
Termite.
When I bred the Termite, and this is when Perry Powell still had a seed, but a lot of people don't know. I mean, you know, Perry Powell, when he made Termite a champion, you know, he made a few breedings, but most of those breedings that y'all look at today was not made by Perry Powell. A lot of those breedings was made by the guy he sold Termite to. You know, he sold Termite to a white guy who had Termite. And a lot of those Termite breedings came from him, not Perry Powell. So just a little insight and a little conversation on a lot of people who really don't know that. I hear Termite's name being thrown around a lot. But Perry Powell would tell you himself, yeah, he bred him a few times, but a lot of those breeds that y'all talk about and y'all see out there today is not from him. They were made by the owner who bought him after he had it. So that's a little insight on that story. But as you're gonna see, you know, out of that litter right there, you had two dogs. And you see them right there. To me, they speak for themselves that what we were looking for, we got. Wish we had a whole lot more of those. You know, Ben had Brat and Brat Little May's sister. You know, Brat had Little May's sister was brindled just like Grand Champion Ace. And she grew up down there. He also had the little male we had up with that Champion Outlaw dog, Son of Yellow. He raised him. What we call him, Mike? China Red. We called him Too Sweet though. Mm-hmm. But those are the two dogs that came up with that breeding. And out of those two dogs, when you look at these pedigrees and these dogs, you're gonna notice this was definitely nothing new right here. You know, what we literally banking on, you see this piece here and this piece down here, those was key pieces. But we had Red Boy bug dogs when we had Little Mikey. You know, Little Mikey was a little male that we won with that got stolen with judo. And this was in the early 90s when we had Little Mikey. I'll go back. This is the dog KP gave me from Millbuster. Look how he's bred. Now this is early 90s. See the double bred buck? You see the Jeep? Am I right? You see Rocker Stonewall down in there? See that Chewy Moto down in there? You see Magnum? These were combat dogs back then. So we were very aware of who Buck was. You know what I'm saying? We knew who Buck was. We knew who Hunter Red was. We knew who Windy City was. We up in that north. You know, so we were very familiar with a lot of these dogs, even back then. Okay? When they stole little Mikey, they stole a good part of our breeding thing because we had just got Amber with all intentions on breeding her and little Mikey after we would have got done with little Mikey's career, because little Mikey was definitely set on a path that we knew we had a good one. And that's why him and Judo came up missing, because they were definitely two good badass dogs. So that kind of messed up our breeding program. So when we got Amber, like I said, Amber was bred to Rocker Stonewall before, and she was bred to Termite. And at the time that we saw Mayday, we was breeding her to Angels Apache. So you see, we wasn't, you know, how my KP was breeding. He wasn't just breeding anything or something that looked good on paper. So if that's what you seeing right now is the results of the way we was breeding our dogs, is probably why we were staying so active with the dogs we were breeding to. You know what I'm saying? So the Red Ace breeding to create a brat in him, it wasn't nothing old to him, my KP. And, you know, he wasn't around when I bred to Mayday, but he knew my intentions was going to be going to Mayday with Red Ace. He knew that was coming after what we saw when we saw Amber. We'd have loved to breed Amber to Mayday, but that's how I ended up with the breeding with Red Ace, because Amber had cancer and she didn't take to the Angels Apache, so they gave me a free breeding when I told him I wanted to breed to Mayday, and Angel got up with Victor and told him breed her to Mayday. And that's what he did. And that's how I ended up breeding Brat back to Mayday, because Victor wanted to see that breeding. He liked it Red Ace, and he liked it what he heard about Brat. So I didn't even have to pay for that one either. Well, I did pay for the first one, basically, when you say, you know, they owed me a stud. So they gave me what I wanted. But even look at that cross. It's not like we didn't know what we was doing. And I wouldn't care how Mayday was bred at the time, because I really didn't know how he was bred. I didn't find out how Mayday was bred until I got home and I asked Angel, because while I was up there at Angel had he had Sassy, Yellow Littermate's sister, and they was getting ready to breed her to that Hollingsworth bull. And Carl Cruz at the time was setting it up. That's what it was. They had the Hollingsworth bulldog, and they was having Sassy. Carl Cruz had Sassy, and they was going to be breeding Sassy and bull, and they was getting their travel arrangements because they was shipping them out to get it done. So that's how I knew about, you know, the breeding of Mayday, because I called Angel and I asked him, when he showed me the papers on Hollingsworth bull being bred to Sassy, he was saying it's the same thing that created Mayday in them, the same kind of cross. That's when he gave me Mayday's cross. And I found out that he was off of Yellow. Sassy was Yellow Littermate's sister. Yellow Littermate's sister. So, and she was a champion. You see what I'm saying? So when you're looking on it, and then they taking the Hollingsworth bull that was heavy Hollingsworth, and now they cross into the Yellow. So, my mindset, even after breeding to Mayday, and I got Brat and Little Mayday, and the way they was, they looked it like Mayday. They had them big ass beefy gums like Mayday. You know, they had the airplane ears like Red Ace, but they had the Mayday color because neither one of them was the red brindle. But they was complete dogs early in life. We knew that those dogs were special early. That's why when I took little Mayday up to Norman with Yellow Apache, my intentions was to breed little Mayday to Yellow Apache and Norman raise the litter while I go out here and match these bitches. And I was really bringing up Yellow Apache and really kind of giving Norm a chance to see Brat and little Mayday. But when he showed me the house dog Pretty Mama, and you know, I figured, you know, after I seen her go, and I seen her go on little Mayday, I was like, shoot, man, you need to let me take her. I'll leave little Mayday and let me go do these two bitches. You know, because you know, she was like 5 years old when I got her. I was like, I'll leave him here with her, and you can breed her Yellow Apache while I go out here and match Brat and Pretty Mama. So that was the deal. That's how I ended up leaving little Mayday with Norman and taking off with Pretty Mama. I mean, and then the way she was bred, she was a triple bred whistler. So when I seen all that red boy and the way that bitch was, the way she was, I knew she was a good one. I knew she was a good one. I seen that from I ain't never rolled her but one time. And that was the one time against Little Mayday. I ain't rolling no more after that. And she went on to become a champion off of me seeing her one time. So as y'all see, this is a cross that we already seen over there with little Mikey. So this is not nothing. It's not, you know, familiar. You know what I'm saying? These crosses was already being made back then. You got yellow and Patrick dogs being crossed, red boy and Patrick dogs being crossed. You see the same thing during the same time. During the same time now. Move this up a little bit here. Trying to find this. During the same time, look at this breeding here. This is Yellow Apache, and that's Little Mayday. Look how that breeding is. But you see how we breed. We ain't just grabbing rabbits out of the hat. And this is the litter that we had on the ground at the time Little Mayday came up missing. We got those puppies. She didn't have but two puppies, a male and a female. A little chocolate male and a little female. This is her. And that bitch right there turned out to be our brood bitch. She was bred to Cock Diesel. She was bred to Champion Cock Diesel, Champion Little John from Walker. She was bred to Little Buck up Yellow Buck. Miss Nico, we bred her when she was a young dog when we made that breed. You know, even though she came off a Yellow Apache, remember when we came back from Puerto Rico, and you know, those puppies was growing up. Shoot, by the time Brat became a two-time winner, it was time to go ahead and breed Little Mayday to Sassy. Get her we got him. Well, we fuck him up because we gonna come and get him. And that's where she came from. And when she got older, we took Little Buck and bred her to her. And that's where we got those Mayday Stone City pups from. Bebe, Buck Rogers, Yellow Day, Bucko. All of them came down off of Sassy Girl and the Little Buck dog. Buck Rogers, another good one. Look how we bred him. Okay, look how he's bred. Look how he's bred. We still stand inside the formula. Ain't got away from that. Everybody be thinking it's just about Mayday with me. No, it ain't. Mayday ain't the key. It's the crosses that created the key that we was using. We was still using Red Boy, Patrick, and Jeep Cross dogs. Y'all see a lot of Yellow and Patrick. Yeah, I see a lot of Patrick, Yellow, Red Boy, basically, and Jeep. Eli. You know, this bitch right here, Honeybee. That's a lot. That's an Eli dog. Cross that, and we still dealing with more Eli. Remember, we still got Grand Champion Ace coming off of Charlie. So we down there in this litter, in this breeding here, we down there got basically all the litter mates, even Missy. Same thing with Stone City. Look at the combination. Yellow, right there. Grand Champion Buck, more Patrick stuff. And then you got Jeep. See that? Heavy Honey Bunch. Definitely even got the Rascal cross in there. And what made both of these lines so favorable to me, why I like the both lines of dogs, the Mayday dogs and the Yellow Bug dogs, is because the way they were bred. Remember, we're talking about me and my KP. We know pedigrees. We looking at what made Mayday. It's not the yellow that was impressing us. It was the bottom, the dolly. We already got the Red Boy, Jocko cross. It was the Patrick. Remember, we've always had the Patrick. This Patrick wasn't Buck. A little Tater was the key. Same shit that made Buck. That's what had us right there. Right there. And then she coming down off with Mayday, Choice, and Dragon Lady. Oh yeah, we broke her pedigree down and got a clear understanding. So it really wasn't Mayday. It was what created Mayday in that badass litter. Remember, the producing part hadn't even started yet. We looking at what we wanted to do with it. We had all the right pieces. No, y'all look at our shit. When you look at this breeding with Buck Rogers and his little mate sister Baby, there's no reason in the world that we wasn't expecting him to produce. Didn't get the litter that we want out of him. But his sister did just as fine. You know, and he produced 3 winners in the breeding that we made with Beetlejuice. This is one of them. Still standing in the format. Remember, we knew that we could take dogs, our Patrick dogs, and cross into the Red Boy dogs because we remember Mikey. Don't forget, remember Mikey's pedigree. But you see, we knew exactly what we were doing. And the dogs we was using and doing them with. You know what I mean? And the same thing with his little mate sister. Here's a breeding that didn't take. These 2 breedings right here, both of these breedings did not take. You know why? Because in both of these breedings, he was still going through, you know, he wasn't, you know, he just won his second. And, you know, remember, we didn't do anything about our steroid issue. Now, this is the same male that this is Little Mayday's grandson. If I can get it up here. There you go. That's his grandson. Same weight, 41. That's him being bred to Sir Kale. You see these breeds that I'll be making? I'm showing y'all how we breed. And remember, we ain't throwing a whole bunch of puppies. These are just litters. You know, you don't see a whole lineup of dogs. And just the little breeding that we made didn't get nothing out of this breeding. Looking forward to that. And the other one we didn't get, that was a hell of a breeding to me, was this breeding. That's a bad little bitch right there. This is the other breeding that didn't take. Buck Rogers being bred to the shit. Yeah. That's how Going Hard was breeding back then. You see how these dogs are being bred? This is what you call in the lab. See processed champion sugar down here, being bred to Nico. Yeah, processed sent me that little female, Naya. And I bred her to champion Twisted. Look how she bred. She not bred no different than anything else you see on our yard, with what we were doing on our yard. You're gonna find the red boy Jocko. You're gonna find that Patrick. You're gonna find that Jeep. You're gonna find Jeep here. And you're gonna find Jeep here.
Yeah, she was one badass bitch though.
Yeah.
Straight killer.
Yeah, she was every bit that. She was. Didn't get nothing from that one. Why? Because we were still steroided up with Roger. So you see the kennels that I was messing with? Every one of these dudes matching dogs. I remember Deep South had Luke Kane and Twisted, and Champion Dum Dum, and Champion Trina, and Grand Champion Max, who lost to Cochise. He still was a 5-time winner, 1-time game loser. As you see, are we breeding papers or are we breeding match dogs? And are we studying the match dogs that we breeding to? Yes, we are. You know, these are breakdowns. So don't be, it ain't what everybody be saying. Mayday was just a part of the formula. To be honest, he was just a formula. And what he brought to the table, Stone City brought to the table too. Both kennels are still legendary in dogs today. You know, I hear so many people wanting to say I'm a Mayday man, but look how I'm breeding my dogs, and you think that's what it is, then you got it right, because I'm still dealing with the top producing dogs of all time. Still, I got my Jeep, I got my Yellow, I got my Mayday, and I got my Buck. And that comes on Honey Bunch and Awesome Baby. So now I'm not just looking at match dogs, I'm looking at production wise. Production wise, what was I supposed to get? Them crosses right there would have worked, because both of those dogs was badasses. We already know about Sarah Kell. Sarah Kell produced her own line of dogs. I told you I had Sarah Kell. There she is. And these are Buck Rogers kids. All of them was 2-time winners. Got taken in a raid, got taken in a raid, got taken in a raid. And this is Day Little May's sister, looking like Pretty Mama. We put her down, and she ended up catching Bob Easier. Yeah, we rolled her into a dog that probably had Bob Easier, to check her out. She was definitely going to be a match dog, because she was definitely one that, the previous owners, they had her, they were breeding her, and they were getting puppies off of her. And I told them, why don't you just let me, because she was very aggressive to the other dogs, and they wanted to change up, because she was beating up her puppies and shit. So we got her sent back down there with us. She turned out to be a good one. Just so happened that we messed around there and put her on a dog to have Babesia. But look at her breeding. And that's 3 males and a female. Still the combination. Still there's a formula there. One thing we getting out of it, we getting past the schooling. We're being able to use dogs and take them up there past the schooling. I mean, we're producing working dogs for us. And keep in mind now, doing all these breedings in here, I got little proteges like Gameville. You know that they was watching all this and understanding, starting to learn how to read those pedigrees. You know, it's not just about the dogs. We're looking at the dogs that can line up and work with us and give us a percentage of chance of having something compared to if we were just breeding the papers to anything. That we weren't doing. But you still see those same old familiar dogs. And that's baby's brother. I just said she had 5 siblings. I see Buck Rogers, Bucko, Yellow Day, and then D-Day. Am I right? Yep, D-Day. Same thing you see in Buck Rogers. Same thing. Still, that's the first Mayday Stone City breeding right there. But look at all the Jeep in the dogs. See, when they bred Mayday to Blondie, they didn't have a Jeep there. And every single one of her breedings, look how she was bred to produce. We already know what worked. How can you go wrong when you got Brat and Little Mayday and double bred inbred Mayday? Whole bunch of yellow, whole bunch of Patrick, whole bunch of Jeep. And let's not forget Awesome Baby and Honey Bunch. Only thing that's not in this pedigree is who? Frisco. The four of the top five producing males are in this pedigree. And both 1 and 2 on the females on the register of merit list. Now, you hear people talk shit even about the register of merit list, where again, if it don't be for the register of merit list, we wouldn't have a list to go by. So just imagine for those who have the nerve and the audacity to even talk about documented records. The only thing that we had to stand on outside of somebody running their mouth, and how do we know that they ain't lying? When we gonna start taking somebody running their mouth over documental shit that we can see for ourselves and do research on ourselves? We gotta listen to shit. You understand what I'm saying? So kind of look at it for what it is. Them was the top 5, and it's been like that for years. Ain't nobody stepped up there and removed any of them in this present time. Because there is still records out there, you know, and you know when I talk in my time period, and I stay around my time period because this is documented shit, and I ain't got to sit here and run my mouth and point the shit out to y'all and see it for what it is. And you know what I'm saying? And these are the things that y'all get a chance to see back then. So when y'all go to compare something, how you gonna compare the then to the now when y'all don't understand the then? I'm showing y'all the shit that was kicking in because you seen it in my shit, my yard. Now we on my yard, talking about my shit. You know, you're quick to grab everybody else's shit, but you know why they don't want to dive into this shit here? When you look at it, you know why? You know why? Because they don't want to have to admit we were some bad motherfuckers. And I'm showing y'all. I ain't just talking. If you don't want to see it, it might hurt your feelings looking at it. You know what I'm saying? But for those that don't bother, this is why this is the kind of shit that we had. This is the kind of shit that our dogs could produce. So if you're looking at this shit, I mean, how can you say that Mayday ain't worth a shit when it comes to us in our yard? We can't say that because we don't know what everybody else doing with their shit, but we know we can't say that. Look at what works. Okay? You already know them buck dogs throw those beautiful bodies. Beautiful bodies. Let me go see if I got that picture of Orca. There's a picture of Orca up in there. Let me go grab him right quick. I want to see a beautiful body. It might be a Maximo, but let me see if it was Orca. See if Orca got a picture. Yeah, that's Orca. Shout out to Latin Force, because, you know, when we sold our dogs to Jamie, you know, they was part of the deal too. And Orca and Maximo was part of those dogs that, you know, the transporter had picked up when they picked up Brat and Sassy and all those other dogs that Jamie had bought. He bought all these dogs. And look how he bred. Big shout out to Latin Force and Ulysses and them. But they were dog man. These ain't breeders. These ain't breeders. Nice bred dogs. Can't say they ain't. And they winners. I can get back on Elrod here. Looking like a male baby with an orca body. Maximo's another nice, pretty dog. Picture of Maximo. He was right off of Mayday. Those two, they produced two champions. But look how they bred. So when somebody go talking shit about Mayday this and Mayday that and be talking about twin be You say something bad about Mayday, it ain't Mayday that I'm talking shit about when y'all start talking about that other shit. When y'all start talking about Mayday and all the great dogs that, you know, that he produced, you don't want to go down that line. No, y'all don't want to go down that line. Talk about them. Y'all want to talk about why y'all don't like them. But when y'all see this shit here, I don't know why. I can see why you don't like them, because this is the kind of shit that we destroy your yard. Because I'm pretty sure the dogs that you see right here in front of y'all could destroy a yard. I know when I had those dogs on my yard, I didn't have no problem destroying a yard because I didn't mind matching my dogs into whoever. You got these kind of dogs, you don't worry about that. And those who took those dogs and bred them, that showed their point. Baby wasn't the only great producing dog. This dog right here, Little Buck, is the litter mate to Sarah Kale and all them other litter mates that produce champions. These dogs themselves, this whole damn litter, his siblings were producers. "13 siblings. Look, registered and married. Baby. Champion Jesse James. Airtights, Baby Red. That's Black Ice's dog. They're going to go on Hard Wonder. You know what I'm saying? That was Baby. Let him make the Little Buck. There's another one. Little Vicky, Little Pig. She produced one. We know Sir Kale. And we know Sammy, another one, looking like Nico Jr. Look just like Nico Jr. Yellow Buck to Miss Nico. They all ain't there. So they definitely had a producer. That litter definitely could produce, especially them females. And you know they were. I don't remember any of them that was hot. Not none of these. Little Piggy, she wasn't hot. I think Little Pig is the one that. Let me see. Yep, that's Little Pig, her offspring. Jesse James, Chiquita, and Bullet. I don't know about the Jesse James. Unless her and Baby is the same dog. You know what I mean? But y'all see how they bred. See the breedings on them. You know, I wasn't the only one being successful with it. Hardcore was doing it. Stone City did it. Then you go down there and start seeing past down the line. Gameville used it. I'm gonna pull up some of their shit. I'm gonna pull up some of the boys over there, size them up. No, it wasn't just my shit. Both of these dogs, she produced. She did. Look just like her mama, but you can see the Mayday in her. Excuse me, y'all.
You need to put that shit down, man.
Man, I'm trying to, but I'm just showing you. I'm hoping y'all. I'm running through them, but I'm hoping y'all catching what I'm trying to show you. When it comes to breeding dogs, and everybody talking about a certain line of dogs, we're gonna talk about these going hard dogs. Okay, we're gonna talk about them. You know, I ain't even done. Carnivore. Another good little jet. She was a one-time winner where they took her. Because she bred. Two inbred breedings. Double Mayday and double Gator. Cross with some Stone City and Hardcore. There go baby right there. This is also the litter mate to our dog Wonder, Going Hard Kennels Wonder, the one that died from attacking the grapefruit. Yeah, we had the litter mate sister. Okay, there was definitely brindles. Little blockhead, little built little bitch.
Straight nut.
Straight nut. Another dog we never got a chance to breed. We was gonna breed her to Buck Rogers. See, all the bitches was going to Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers and May 2. This little male right here, this little female right here, it was her little mate brother that we went 3 hours and 17 minutes with. It was her little mate brother. And she wasn't no, like I said, she could produce her damn self. I know she had a grand champion and a champion. She had a champion and a grand champion. Both of these, I think, were the Yankee boys. One of them was a grand champion, the other champion. I think it was grand champion Gator and then champion Tabby Girl, but I'll show you how they were bred. Yeah, this is them. I think the female, she was a grand champion. But this is how she was bred. So you know now you know why it went so long. No, nice breed, right? She produced a champion and a grand champion, and bred Tomato produced this bitch, Evil. And Conway had a little mate brother, sibling. See that body? Yeah, that's him with a going hard keep on it just before we beat Missing Link. Yeah, I give you an idea of what a going hard dog look like before he get ready to go out. You see all that muscle in there?
Another one of them rough, crazy ones.
Got another good one. But again, you see that going hard shit up in there. You see going hard, Stone City, Hardcore, and Crenshaw. Okay. One thing about it, y'all should be catching on. It don't take a whole. We can definitely do a whole lot of build up on Mayday. Being I'm showing you all these Mayday dogs. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing y'all Mayday dogs. Cross. Mayday crosses. The cross with that Jeep. That Bolio. Come on, man. Another good one. See, you go pulling up shit. Now, when I start pulling up my shit, okay, same setup. Same setup. Straight killer. Just like what are they? That little bitch off of Baby and Look Made too. These is rough ass, back end, hard biting bitches. Just like Red Ace was. Basically, just like Brat. Red Ace passed her shit. Red Ace definitely passed her shit down. Because what a day was a stifle dog that destroyed shit, didn't go over 30, and neither did most wanted Red Ruby.
Neither did the shit.
Neither did the shit. These dogs, you cannot survive 30 minutes with them. You look at their pedigree and you say, wonder why. All you got to do is look down there at that bottom and you hear me say, what Red Ace did to Tommy Boy, okay, we'll give y'all that. Then we'll turn around and give you Brat, and what Brat did, and then we'll turn around and give you Little Mayday and what Little Mayday did. That should tell you what kind of bulldog Brat was. Fuck Mayday. Let's talk about where did Mayday get that help from? He got it from Red Ace because them dogs weren't fighting like Mayday dogs. They were fighting like Going Hard Red Ace dogs. Instruction.
They cute shit.
But you see the breedings. Just the lab. You see the Circales, you see all that Mayday. You still see your Jeep, don't forget. Okay? Champion Romeo. Crosses was working. That's damn near the same cross. If you look up, go back and look at Hooker Red and how she bred, damn near the same cross that created her. See that Jeep? Don't forget we got Jeep down here too. Jeep, that yellow, and that Grand Champion buck. I'm showing y'all crosses that work. Just so happen to have us in it. Another cross. It's a Gameville. Gameville cross. That's Champion Skins coming off of Wacko. Bred to a Mayday bitch. Daughter of the Mayday. Heavy Yellow John. You see May 2. And then you see Hardcore. They're going to have his Oreo Sugar. Same dude that had that double bred gator male, female. Red boy. Gameville cross. Look at the little jet. Still getting them bodies. Still looking like a Going Hard dog. Yeah, you see that body? We've got another Gameville cross. There's another one. They're going to make two. Now we got me crossed in the Luke King. Nice ass Hollandworth. That Gaston stuff. Trying to show you how to cross them. This is the lab. Okay. Back here. There's another one. Yeah, y'all see him down there. Them crosses.
That's why you always felt like if we had just went straight to 357, we would have had a bomb ass litter.
Oh, I mean, especially when you got Brat in 357. Come on.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shit you be talking about right there. If we can produce this kind of shit, imagine we could have did this right here.
Yeah.
But they got all the right crosses. Same shit that made Macho Buck and them. You see the crosses right there. See what I'm saying?
Right.
That's damn near the same cross that produced Macho Buck right here. You know what I mean? But what they noticing, they seeing bulldogs. This is shit just work. You know what I'm saying? Showing y'all what work. This is what comes out of the lab. There's another one. Yeah, y'all. These look familiar up here. Yeah, you see it. Again, more going hard shit. Heavy going hard. The whole goddamn bottom. Made two, Gigi Alpha made two and Patty Girl. Champion Lil Mayday, that's him right there. That sassy girl, Little May brother, that's the other male in that litter. There was only a male and a female. That's the male. Coming off a champion Lil Mayday. Now, y'all see that, right? Now, that's a hell of a cross. Bet you he was gaming in all outdoors. Because of this shit here. X-Clan had him too. Look at that shit. that dog like this stuff here, you'll see coming down. You'll see Wade's champion Tate coming down off of this stuff. You know, can't fall asleep on that mem shit. You cross that mem shit, right, y'all? That's why they got such a famous name, not because they wrote a book. Carl Mims did some nice moves with his dogs. But you'll see again, another good breeding. This is all Gameville down here. So for all those be talking about how Twin be talking shit when y'all start talking about them Mayday dogs, what I just show y'all, a whole bunch of damn Mayday dogs out here that's been kicking ass. Just so happen to have our name in it. I don't know what kind of Mayday dog they was breeding or what kind of Mayday dog they had on the yard, but they sure as hell didn't have the shit I had. And let's just make that point clear. You see all the Mayday dogs that's in these damn dogs? Whole lot of Mayday, whole lot of Stone City, whole lot of Jeep. Maybe they ain't breeding this shit right.
Did you bring up Twisted Nico and them?
Yeah, I had the shit up.
Okay.
Yeah, the shit and Twisted Nico. Yeah, I had the shit up.
Yeah, I was outside.
Yeah, you missed that.
I know. That's him. The breeding of her buck riders, but that was yeah.
You know? Let me see.
Why you doing that? Big shout out to Hollywood, the Grease Man. Big shout out to my man Clifton behind the enemy lines. What up, fam? Let me catch up with these boys down here, man. Big shout out to my man Rock Solid. I see you, fam. Mr. Cecil Jackson. What up, fam? Robert Mack. What up, though? My man, Mr. John Johnson.
There's another cross with the AAA. They got a Stone City Mayday cross. They were breeding right there off a little Mayday. Remember, couldn't produce nothing until he got bred into the right shit. Breed him into the right shit, you get the right shit. When you look at all that right there, that give you all the little tater you need to make that all this other Patrick shit click. Because it's all Patrick.
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Archie Fuller.
We got Turtle Buster in there. Look at that shit. Some old Fargo.
Archie said Twins had some mofo hounds for damn show. Yeah, we did, Archie. We sure know had some dogs.
Yeah, I'm still going. Don't she look like George Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Champion a little dirty.
I guess that's the female side of George, huh?
Right. Bad little bitch, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, bad little bitch. She was a little bitch, too. Look, 27, 28. Gave her a little bit more weight. They would have put her ass on Pandy. But she was a small little bitch. They said that was one of the meanest, roughest little bitches you ever wanted to run across. Like they damn near, it sounded like she was got down like the shit. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And they talk real high this dog. Shit, we even bred the Bulls nasty before. Blizzard Kennels. Shout out to Big Blizzard. Again, some more going hard shit.
Now the whole time, KP, not KP over there running around with Game Bit.
Yep.
Engineering all that shit.
There's another cross. We brought up there MVP, the same guys that had King Kunta. You know? Look at these breeding, same shit. Some of them crosses you just got to see. They, you know, again, more that yellow buck. Now you got to go into Clean Mary. Same shit down here. The other Patrick line. Key factor to this shit right here. You put it with the right shit, it's going to give you all they need.
I mean, damn near 20 years of that shit, man. If not more.
Mm-hmm. Oh, crank. Gotta eat.
I guess Seven finally fell in. He was tired of trying to beat that shit, wasn't he? He was.
Yeah, good dogs though.
Yeah. That's why I used to love the body. He was bulldog to the end, man. That nigga. He swore down he was gonna beat this shit. You know the only reason I say that because I know he was with John. He knew everything that was going on. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
You know I know that too. So put that out there. But I think that was another one of them things that convinced me.
Let me see if I can pull up Street Life. Joe Page, I just seen him.
Oh, Joe.
He looked just like that dirty bitch, don't he?
Yeah. Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, he was actually a two-time winner. He won Best in Show over Latin Connection. He tore their ass up. Again, That lab shit. Crossing that shit into that grand champion setting shit, homeboy shit. And still what we using. You're gonna see the Jeep there. Here's the Jeep. Oh, and it definitely worked. She had siblings. Here's her siblings. Both of them as champions.
Champion BJ.
Champion BJ and Champion Charlie. They Sporting Dog Journal champions. Charlie was the one who was going in the Tyrone. This shit right here. Yeah, y'all see that shit? That's called lab shit. That's called being in the lab. Dog right here should have made champion. But boy Howdy wasn't never supposed to be matching the dog. It's supposed to be breeding. Dude found out his dog was a 2-time winner and went back and took his dog back. 2-time winner, 2-time best in show at that. But it looked just like that little dirty bitch. No, I can't even. You see, as I'm going through this stuff, you know, there's so many more. You know, I could put up Max, I could pull up Dum Dum from things that Stone City was doing with their shit. I can start pulling up to size them up, them crosses there. And we talking about these as kennels. These ain't no fly-by kennels. Most guys and everybody out there in the game should know them a damn dog, especially from our time, because Size Them Up had grand champion Awesome Beast on the cover, Dog of the Year. And they had a lot of success with the Stone City crosses. You know, Pro Set was another one who, you know, he became famous based on just him going out buying match dogs. You know, thank God he knew Big Mike, because Big Mike got him a lot of hookups. You know, he had Champion Sugar, he had Champion May. I mean, when he took May, took May and went into 2 4-time winners. Well, at the time, Chichi was a grand champion when he went Chichi, and then he went into another 4-time winner after he beat Chichi. Stopped them both.
No, Nene.
Yeah, it beat Chichi and Nene. Champion Nene. It beat Champion Nene. She was a 4-time winner, and Fat Bill's Chichi. Bitch, she was a really a 6-time winner, you know, whatever he called her, but she was the grand champion. You know, them was what you call bulldogs. So why they be always talking about, you know, Twin be on that Mayday shit? Cause I didn't even go into Mayday shit. I went into my shit. I don't need Mayday help. I got enough of my shit out here to show you the points I be making about my Mayday shit. Who else can do what I'm doing right now? This is my shit. That's all I'm saying. No, it's the lab.
Big shout out to KP. Can't forget him.
He's the kid of all this shit. Like I said, we could both get up here. He would get up here and tell you the same thing I'm telling you about James Pope. Y'all want to know how good James Pope was? Look how we was breeding our dogs. That's how good he was. Yes, sir. All the right shit in all the right places, supposed to give you what you're looking for.
Well, tell them what was the most common trait that all of these dogs had?
To me, yellow. To me, it's the yellow.
And what do you tell yellow
I
dogs?
would have to say little Tater when it comes to the Mayday dogs. I would have to say Tater because Tater is in not only the yellow Mayday dogs, he's also in the Stone City dogs.
Yeah, but I said the trait. What was it about all those dogs? The trait that they seem to carry with them.
You talking about our dogs?
Yeah.
Our dogs. Our trait was Red Ace.
What trait does she add to it? You know what a trait is.
The mouth in her motherfucking back end style.
That trait. All of them. I seen more people posting
all the
back
winners
end
are going your
specialists.
ass. Every one of them.
Every last one of them.
Little Mayday did it. Brat did it. Ruby did it. All of them did it.
The shit did it.
The shit did it.
What did they did it? I mean, every time when you see them little captions under the, you always see somebody say something about back end specialists, back end ace. Them dogs had that ability. I always felt like that, that was that one little thing that Red Ace brought to our breeding program that everybody else might have been missing.
I'm being quiet as I do this for y'all so y'all can just observe. Finally found something that'll click with the shit. Nice built. Beautiful dog. This right here is the key factor of why that shit worked. See all the right people in the right places. Same shit to create a macho buck. And then you go back here at the top. And get more of that shit too. More of the Stone City shit. See it? More of the patchy stuff. Ambels. Stud. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, we're going to start a new strain. It's going to be called the Black Mayday dog. Yeah, you see that Mayday head? Yappers.
He looked like a big dog, but he ain't no big dog.
Yeah, 36, 37.
So, he got a nice body too. You want a couple confirmation shows. You should.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna stop the screen for a minute. Let y'all look at the lab. Get back in here and go over any questions anybody got, because when you see what was working in the lab, remember I showed y'all little Mikey at the very beginning of all this. So it wouldn't be, remember we were already, scoping really that genetic thing, because when we grabbed Amber was definitely going to fall into our program to be bred to little Mikey. So, we was already on that track. And I would have to say KP more than me, because I jumped on the bandwagon after I saw the Stone City dogs. I remember I already know Mayday. Now I'm seeing the Stone City dogs, and they bred damn near like Mayday. These dudes can't get along, but they dog damn near bred just alike, just opposite. Mayday daddy is Yellow Bug mom. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the crosses was just flip flop, and there was more buck for Little Tater and Mayday in them. So was I surprised to see Buck start producing and Mayday start producing? No. No, I was surprised that Mayday had a lot of winners out there during that time. And like I said, before Mayday left the United States, Mayday had 17 champions. And that's including the grand champions involved. It was Barracuda and Luke Kane. But a couple of them were 4-time winners, like May May and 600 and them. And Noriega, those dogs. So when y'all hear me talking about Mayday dogs, you better jump up on the level that I'm standing on. Standing down there, out there, trying to put them down like they ain't that shit. Maybe because you just don't want to, admit it. And and then right there in your face, that I call those haters. Let's not talk about the dog not being shit. Let's talk about the reason why they are this shit. and I help you because I had the shit. And y'all said it was showing up a lot. So it wasn't like there was just a Mayday there. There's a whole bunch of Mayday being slung around. So that's proving a point clearly that a whole lot of Mayday in the line breeding, like we did with yellow, like we do with buck dogs, the line breeding, it works when you bring it to the right shit.
Which it made it easier for them out crosses. Remember, y'all used to always say 3 in, 1 out.
Yeah.
Never understood what the hell that was. But I mean, I understand it now because you sit here and you explain it. I never really gave 2 shits about when you and KP was doing it.
But we see the thing is, we didn't really even have to. All we had to do is stay within the lines that we were still playing with. The yellow,
right,
the buck, and the Jeep. That was the whole key. The yellow, the buck, and the Jeep. So
yeah, but y'all could have been just using any dogs, but y'all didn't. That's the part I be trying to get the grip on. Because remember, anybody can do it, just take it based on the bloodline, but then you got to pick the right dog.
Well, I don't know how everybody else was breeding because this is what was going on in our yard. And our understanding what we were seeing and why we was doing what we was doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking at. I really wasn't paying attention to what everybody else was doing. I was following the path and the pattern that I seen used on, a lot of these dogs. Like, look at how Hardcore was breeding. We go put up Hardcore and his champions. Look how they being bred. You go look at all them 17 champions coming down off of Mayday. Go look how they bred. Go look at all them dogs that size them up, from size them up to Evolution to Chico Lopez. Look how those dogs was bred. They all had the same formula, basically the pattern in which they was breeding their dogs. All working kennels. Latin Force, Jamie, Missing Link. These are all names that that had these good dogs, that, hey, when you want to start putting the Mayday dogs down, these are kennels that you don't name. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to name all them 17 that I can speak up. I can come up with 26. But in true reality, wasn't even 17, it was 18 when you add little Mayday. $18 champions in the United States before Mayday left this country. And you can't give me another bloodline who was doing that shit. So I'm sad to say for all those that didn't have the opportunity to have such a dog that came off of Mayday or in that Mayday line, I feel sorry for y'all. I wish y'all could have experienced the experience that I had with the shit and what I did with it. You know what I mean? You would probably have the same kind of conversation and be in line with what I be talking about it. You could be in line with me. But if you ain't never been in that kind of position or had that kind of experience that I'm speaking on, I can understand why a lot of you people say that. But I'm definitely one of them ones to sit back and be laughing at you and show you why I can laugh with you, because I'm showing y'all my shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm laughing because I'm better y'all than me, because I had a chance to show you that shit with the shit and get up here and point it out. It wasn't just winning over here for us. It was winning wherever it went. And it was just not Mayday. It was the combination of how we used Mayday in Stone City and Hardcore and Windy City and Hell on Earth. Remember, I don't breed to just anybody. I breed to people that I know that was working their shit. And you learn how to breed your shit when you start learning how they bred their shit. If you are producing good dogs, then you need to be paying attention to the people that's producing the good dogs and pick up the pattern. You know, we see this shit working all kind of ways, as you can tell. Certain lines you can push here and push there, and you're going to see certain things. And if you look in the produce good dogs, you got to learn that pattern. No, it's about the nice, sweet pedigree. You know what I mean? It's about the nice, sweet pedigree with the nice, sweet dogs. You got to have the right dogs to make the right breed. Like I always keep saying. But you still don't hesitate on breeding the papers. You got to remember, when we talk on this show, we're talking in something that's over 30 years. Okay? And we're talking about in a time period, y'all, that they was doing a whole lot of matching dogs. We talking about, when we talking about damn near 2,000 matches in a year. Think, fathom that, y'all. Fathom that. To have 2,000 matches in 1 year recorded. We can really find out what was working and what wasn't. If you really wanted to know, there's all the information to tell you what was working and what wasn't.
That's a total of 4,000 dogs being looked at.
Okay? That's 4,000, yeah. Yep. Now, come on now. Do the math. There's no reason in the world we shouldn't be able to tell y'all back then what line of dogs was working. You know? And be knowing what the hell we talking about based on what we know and understand, that I can sit out here and open up these books and show y'all and point them out. Compared to somebody jumping up there and spend, half their show talking about how the journal wasn't shit. But can't give y'all nothing else but, what the journal was and what they claim they had, that we can't get no information but from somebody spitting words. Fuck that. There's no excuse. I'm sorry. When you got that many goddamn competitors in 1 year, for anything, anybody who didn't do that should matter. I'm sorry, it don't matter to me. And it'd be wise for y'all to take that from what you can see and stop listening to what you're hearing. Still all bullshit, because just because you didn't do it don't make you better than us. Really, it don't. And if you're trying to convince those who will listen to that shit, I'm laughing at all y'all over there, because it don't make sense to us real motherfuckers. Give a fuck. If you ain't thinking like a real motherfucker, then you standing over there listening to that dumb shit. There's only one or two ways to go, and that's not like you make a choice. It's just where you standing at. That's the choice right there. Listen to what's back there in the past, and then you can start comparing the future, or the now, or what y'all want to call it. You don't know enough about what was going on back there to make the right decision up here, because you got a whole lot of other shit being put in your hands that y'all don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. How the hell y'all gonna get me, a person like me that's back there in this time, saying 3,000? You know what I'm saying? When you start talking about 1,500 shows, 1,976 in the year 2000, over 3,000, 2,000 and something in the year 1999. That's a lot of matches, y'all. That's a lot of people playing out there. Competition, you definitely believe we could look in the book and see what was working. If we got all this in record, we could look up the books and tell you what was working. We ain't got to talk about some shit. That's all we doing is listening. We can take those books and show you. Let's see what was working. Who was winning? What line was doing this? How y'all gonna be talking about a line that ain't shit and nobody even know what the hell they talking about? You don't even know what's in the line to talk shit about. You know what I'm saying, man? I have no idea. Better check your own damn yard and see if you can line it up to what documentation say. Don't try to hide away from that, because that's the only information we gonna go on. And believe me, I'm gonna take that over anybody running their mouth. I'm sorry. And for those who want to shut their eyes to what they hear, then that's, again, I'm laughing at you. Because I guarantee you, if you're real about this game, I'm going to be the majority. Believe that. Because I ain't just anybody talking. I done showed you my shit. Now let me see somebody else do what I did. Really. Explain to me why that Mayday shit ain't shit. We'll talk about that Going Hard Mayday shit. Show me something better. I mean, I'm giving you a chance to show me something better. You know, I ain't got to use Mayday. I can just use my line. And that line created a lot of other lines because we're talking about other kennels. Let's talk about the other kennels. I'm telling y'all there was other kennels out there that's doing the same thing. And we talk about them in their lines. We ain't got to bring up Pat Patrick or none of them. We talking about dog men who was doing dogs. And this is what they were using. This is what they had. When you look at super kennels and look at all the dog men in that area, you look down there in the south and look at all the dog men in that area, and the north, they was everywhere. And if you really want to know what was working, I'm telling you, look at the registered male list, period. That's all. I'm telling you, the greatest dogs still are going to be them top 7 dogs. If you want to think about it, you know, I mean, really think about it. All these years, ain't none of them been pulled down, put in that position. None of them. And don't want to even go to the top 10. Because then we're going to be bringing in, you know, we're going to be bringing in more of them. Now we're throwing in Barracuda and Lucan. Now we got Barracuda, Lucan, Mayday. You know what I mean? Yellow. We got all that lined all up in there in the top 10. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to see it from back here on our point and start hanging around back here more, you know, because too much is getting out there in the community where there's too much connection between now and then. You know, y'all can't be talking about the now when y'all be discussing the then, because the then is where it's safe to talk about. You know, that does not make any sense to be trying to compare what y'all talking about now all the way down to who y'all gonna be digging into to throw up here to compare to back then. Really, what kind of good conversation can that be? You know, stop trying to compare and educate yourself to the past so you'll have a better conversation, you know, pertaining to how to breed your dogs compared to comparing your dogs. Because You know, for anybody running around out there hollering that the dogs was better now than they was then, is like saying that, you know, I've said if Jeep had been in the 90s with us, he wouldn't have made it. There's probably a lot of great dogs that was great back then that they had came into the 90s, they wouldn't have made it. And I stand strong on that because, again, I have documentation to prove that my point is made clear when I see it because I can show you. I'm not taking nothing away from the great dog because you still can't change the fact that goddamn Jeep produced a bunch of damn dogs. And even though he didn't probably have straws like Frisco, he still produced enough damn dogs to be standing at number one. From the time he got up there, he never had to get knocked down at once with all this other shit in 30 years of time breeding dogs.
We're up and down. He got more than Jeep.
Well, he probably, I mean, after all these years, you know what I'm saying? Tom, I understand what he's saying, but let's not get statistical on this shit, okay? Because we get statistical on this shit. Jeep was bred a whole lot, but goddamn, Frisco was bred even more. So statistical wise, you know, Frisco, you should be way ahead of Jeep.
But Jeep didn't have no straws.
Because Jeep didn't have no straws. Like I said, statistically, when we start talking about statistically speaking, he would still lose that battle because statistically he's been breeding Frisco for 30 years. And I know he's not so far away from Jeep. You know what I'm saying? Even after 30 years of breeding, if you are ahead of Jeep, it ain't by much. Statistically speaking, you know what I'm saying? You would look terrible compared to Jeep statistically when it comes to comparing your number of dogs compared to Jeep's number of dogs. This is what Jeep did in the amount of times that he was bred compared to you breeding Frisco for down there 30 years. You know, and this is what you got compared to that, you know. There's a whole lot more breeding dogs there than statistically what Jeep produced. And again, you're not going to find none of those dogs that live 30 years of breeding anywhere in them top 10. Not one of them has been able to move a dog on the top 10 outside of Frisco. Not one of them. Not a none. None. You got Blackjack up in there. You got Tab up in there. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, you guarantee that these dogs gonna be in them top 10, right along with Yellow, Mayday, Buck. You know what I'm saying? Jeep and Frisco. Frisco, the only dog up there that's got 30 years of breeding behind it. All the rest of them, none of them. There's not one of them down there. That should tell you a lot about them top 10, let alone the top 5. So when you're working in that lab, you know, you got the precious drink, and then you got the drink that tastes almost like it, but ain't it. You know, need to study more of what was going on back then and start trying to find a way to put it down because it's not going to work. I mean, and to make that a argument for the social media is ridiculous. Y'all gotta understand that. You know, you can't compare the now to back then. There is no comparison when you're talking about in numbers. And how are y'all gonna compare with facts? Y'all don't have facts. We have old journals and stuff that we can dive into. Y'all don't have none of those things. So, I mean, there's no facts to stand on. You know, and statistically speaking, you know, it just wouldn't add up, right? Because you wouldn't have all the information because some of that underground information is going to always be part of the underground. And who in the underground want to have their dogs and what they doing compared to the past? And who they gonna want to see out here arguing that point if they ain't the ones out here arguing that point? So with all that going on, y'all could never get a clear view or understanding anything pertaining to our past, and y'all what y'all call it got better dogs than we had back then. We can sit there and say we have better dogs than Jeep in them, and we can sit there and talk about it. We can sit there and show y'all. There was dogs at Jeep's weight class that could have walked through Jeep by the time the game changed. They have those kind of dogs out there. You can't, okay?
What about Buck? You feel that same way about Buck?
Well, remember Buck was around when Buck when he beat Zinger. No, that was Samson. When he beat Zinger, I think that was Samson, Grand Champion Samson. That was a good match. Those dogs was good dogs. I mean, why would I think anything less of Buck and STP got him? You know, STP was matching dogs. Did he give a fuck who he went into?
I don't know.
Okay, so we talking about STP. STP came right in our time and still winning, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
No, shit. Look what Super Kennels was doing. You know, to be anywhere on the level that STP was, you had to match a lot of dogs, and there was a lot of guys out there matching a lot of dogs. They dogs back then. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, kennels that I can speak on back then. Like, you know, look at them boys up in Detroit. You can't sit there and say nothing about Michigan. Michigan had a whole city full of great dog men. You know what I'm saying? And had great dogs. You can sit there and say the same thing about the land. The Cleveland area, they had great dogs.
The
Natty, yep. Ohio, period. Ohio, Michigan, and New York, them spots right there, them were danger zones. And PA, them were danger zones. I even got those Chicago in there.
We can't forget the DMV.
Yeah,
remember that little trip over there was shocking.
Can't
Different
forget
type
Philly.
Of dog.
Can't forget Philly. I said PA, period. Them spots right there, boy, you didn't want to get, you thought you had something, you believe me, everybody got checked. And there were good matches and there were good dogs out there, you know. For every one of these dogs became great, that, you know, are recognized, and they recognized to the kennels that they were with. Most of the time, 90% of the time, they well-known kennels who was already out there matching dogs. And like we say, we were just at the, we still down there at gatekeeping status compared to all these great dogs men we were talking about. You know what I'm saying? And yet I can still get up here and put my shit up here and be telling them why I can sit there and say why I'm down here at the gate, because I am not none of them. But being around all of them and having the experience that I had, guess what? It put me up there with them. Especially where I can sit there and show it and be letting you know who else can do that. Before you talk shit about my shit, you better be able to come up here and do what I just did. Especially when it comes talking about breed and how you produce dogs. I don't sit there and preach a story to y'all that that I wasn't doing. Remember, I'm not one of them. As you can tell, I'm definitely not one of them. I can show you. You know what I'm saying? So pay attention, because we sitting here telling y'all, hey, this is where we got this shit from. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of those dogs was. If y'all look at the pedigree, the setup, the way they was breeding, the red boy to the Patrick, you know, there was which ones was working. If you notice, I kept on pulling up which one. You notice the Mayday Stone City kept popping up in those dogs. Did you pick up on that? Did you pick up on those ones that was really showing out and showing some little longevity behind their line, constantly going, had Jeep in them? You know, moves like that. Them is the moves that I'm talking about. That grand champion Ramel Buck, he's another good one. You know, that awesome beast. You know, those are all good crosses. Jesse James, all them crosses. Stone City, Hardcore. I mean, when you say those names, you see those dogs. Y'all see those dogs in pedigrees. You know, when I see those yellow dogs, and I'm starting to have my second guesses on the Pit Island stuff because I'm starting to like it. You know, back in my time, Pit Island was coming in new, and it seemed like they didn't find their way. But you know, my thing is, you know, the Pit Island line that I see now and the Pit Island line that I seen back then, I can honestly say that they came a long way. But when I see lines that was used doing a whole lot of selling, then y'all start making me feel like, you know, like when Mile Can't and I would have to say Pit Island, they fall in that same line of category with me because there was not a lot of activity. So when I see those wins and things like that, and you know, it comes hard for me to get along with because, you know, there's so many others out there during the same time that you can see they recorded matches. You know, we know what they did. You know, y'all ain't known out here in the underground for us to know that's what y'all did. Put it like that. You know what I'm saying? All of us old school dudes ain't dead. So when we look at that shit and be like, I don't remember none of that. You know, and you out there. And remember, I just showed y'all, you know, there's no doubt that when I talk about it, it's okay. No, I ain't see none of that. So I'll be wondering where it come from. And then asking myself, if I can take all these other kennel shit and use their shit and literally did what they did with their shit to become, well, I can sit here and do this shit. You know what I mean? That means I was evidently doing what they was doing. And it must have been working. Now, all this other shit, while I'm out here running around doing what they was doing, I ain't seeing all this other shit. This other claim and shit that's going out there, you know, to me, you know, unverified or documented, period. So my expectations on it, yeah, I'm gonna look a little to the left to it because I remember when you was out there, you know, you all was learning, but y'all wasn't, you know, y'all built yourself up to be selling dogs. You was always selling dogs, but you know, not enough to be going through, you know, 2,000, 3,000 matches and don't find them in there nowhere. But your shit out here, you know, being claimed like in the past, like it was there and it wasn't. So I speak on that with Mile Can. I speak on that with Pit Island. Not putting no bad talk on them. I'm just telling y'all, they selling dogs. So when you selling dogs, you got to look like us to sell dogs. And they, you know, Chico Lopez is a prime example. You know, I keep telling y'all that. You know, wasn't winning while he was here, and when he was winning, he was cheating. Okay? And then all of a sudden, you end up in Mexico, and all these, you're better than STP when you get back. Come on, y'all. That's what social media do. You know, But
Big shout.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, I was finna say big shout out to my man Archie Fuller. He said it. He must be talking in the Showtime. He said, so I think breeding the stuff you already have in your house first before deciding to add anything else.
Yep.
That's one hell of a statement right there, fam, because it's not true.
Well,
it is.
If you look at the kennels that I was bringing up, not just us, Gameville, you know, and this goes on down the line. I'm talking about super kennels. They bred. You know, we talking about. I mean, we talking about Gameville. We talking about them boys over there, MVP. We talking about a lot of those guys that when they started breeding they shit, I just don't think that they was breeding like the big kennels, like MVP. They bred like the big kennels. That's why they got successful. Got to eat bread like the big kennels. That's why they got successful. Everybody else to just, you know, try to breed like the big kennels, but when I say breed like them, you ain't breeding the same way they breeding. You might be breeding the same line, but you ain't breeding the same kind of dogs. Yeah, they can all be bred alike, but here we got a working kennel breeding a little different than what you doing. You looking like them, but you ain't them. Maybe it's because you ain't the big kennel, and we just can't see your work like we see theirs. You see what I'm saying?
Good way to put it.
It's a difference. What's that, Mike?
I said that was a good way to put it.
You know, so Showtime say okay. I'm like, me, I don't really so GHK. I like pairs like that because you can see everything you need to see in the 4th generation top and bottom. I mean, back then that was what we was doing. I mean, I can understand that 2nd and 3rd generation, especially if you're coming off a real nice 4th one. But if that 2nd and 3rd one ain't holding no firepower, then you better make damn sure when you did that 2nd one, that it's supposed to have some firepower there by the end. If you ain't got no firepower by that one right there, because that one right there, it's got to be either a winner or a producer. That's the only choices you got. You know what I'm saying? You gotta listen to what I said now. You gotta understand that. I'm gonna point out one right real quick. Prime example. Let me share this right quick. When you're searching, I'm talking about this one right here. When you're searching and you're trying to bring something, let's look at the breeder. He got both dogs on his yard. Okay? Now, me personally, anytime you got a good dog on your yard and you breeding, because you can tell he's a breeder. See it? You see how he breeds. So I know he sells dogs. Look at all that. The mind of a breeder. He's keeping it right though. You see what I'm saying? The mind of a breeder. And in nothing he doing, are you seeing any of this? Nothing that he doing. So we know he a breeder. And that means he's selling dogs. Now with the breeds that he made, like I said, if you can't get, by the time you get to these two here, right here, this to me, I call this breeder moves. Cause he definitely breed to the good shit. You see it? He definitely doing that. And he knowing how to breed it. Cause he took this shit right here and bred to this dude right here, this female right here, and that was a good breed. Cause I noticed she turned out to be a pretty nice one. Even if I don't trust this shit here, I trust this. And I'll tell you again why I don't trust it. Date of birth. See that? That's that dog's date of birth. Now, I'm going to tell y'all. That's how he bred. Here's my problem. Big John was gone in 2000. How you going to be born in 2002 when this dog wasn't even around? Dog came up missing in the summer of 2000. That's why I question it. See what I'm saying? Y'all see it. And everybody know I bred to Guacamole's Little John. And I told you there was a dog on Pairs Online. Let me see if I can see if he's still out there. John B. There you go. See his date of birth? You see, that's his ADBA registration number right there. You see who the breeder is, right? Y'all see that? Look who I bred to. Right there. I tell you, I got receipts. See that? So if Big John was gone, because I was supposed to have been breeding the Big John, and he wasn't there when I got there, you see what year that was. You see that? You see what year that was. Now, somebody explain to me how that dog is off of Big John in 2002. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean?
But you always said that about Yellow Dog's papers.
Mm-hmm. I always point that out. That's right.
You always point that out. But don't take nothing away from the dog, but you always make that clear.
Mm-hmm. This dog right here ain't bred the way you said.
Exactly. This dog right here ain't bred the way they said. Ain't no way in the hell. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, for us, it is impossible because shit, the dog was gone.
We know, I know for a fact. I just showed y'all. If Big John would have been there, I would have been bringing Sassy to go to Big John. Big John wasn't there. I ended up breeding a Little John. Never did like to breed.
You ain't like nothing about that trip.
Mm-mm.
Remember, you were supposed to be going to the back and bringing the semen up front, and you were like, hell no. Remember, the whole thing was like, then you could have told them before we even got there. You know, they could have called and said he was gone already. But all the way there just to tell you. Or did he think you was going to really think you was going to the backyard and bring the semen to the front?
And then the stories that came after I made the breeding, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that started coming up, things that started being said. And I'm like, I can understand that, you know what I mean? I can understand, you know, when they're talking about, shit, like you didn't beat the Big John. He wasn't no real champion any damn way. Like everybody talking about Big John over there in Ecuador being used as Mayday. Yeah. This is what everybody was saying. Big John got stolen. And he's over in Mexico being used in place of Mayday.
Well, I thought maybe they had a son that was down there that looked just like
He
him.
had one. That motherfucker looked like Mayday. He looked so much like Mayday. That dog looked so much like Mayday, you couldn't even tell if it was Mayday or his son. And I think Victor was using him. I really believe Victor was using him. Because if they was really coming off of Mayday, why produce 17 champions so easily in the time?
18.
Yep, we got little Mayday. 18 champions before you leave this country. And then the rest of them that got added to Mayday's legacy came straggling in. Yet you was making more breedings over there than you was making over here. You know what I mean? What happened? Can't be using the same dog. You see what I'm saying? Can't be using the same dog. And Mayday got a lot of points. Last I counted, Mayday had 25, 26 points. 26 points. Now we know about the first 17, but we still got to add 9 more dogs to that list. Okay? You got 18 dogs. Now we got to add, what I said, it was 20, 26. It's like 8 more dogs. Maybe 9, but you got to add 9 more dogs. And when Victor got over there in Ecuador and he had Mayday, he was selling nothing but dogs off of Mayday. And all you can tell me, with all them breedings that he was making over there, that all he could come out with was 9 dogs. 9? I mean, you didn't make half those many breedings and had 18 over here in the United States. Don't y'all see there's a difference? There's a change in the pattern. They're changing the pattern. There's something wrong. You know, with no more barracudas coming out. You didn't see nothing like Brat and Noriega and 600. I mean, ain't none of them other ones come out like that. Graveyard was here. He didn't come from Ecuador. But you don't see none of them dogs come from Ecuador. They came from Ecuador and it's in the United States off of Mayday. No big names. We still talking about Barracuda, Lucan, Brat, and, you know, no Mayday. Literally, because they're the ones that produced. They are the ones that did produce. You know what I'm saying? Name me one more. Name me anything other than them 4 dogs. Hate to throw me in there, I know, but God put me in there because I'm part of the facts. You know, man.
That should do it.
Mm-hmm. Put it down, boy. But you see what I'm saying, guys? That's a point to be made. When I say things like that, I try to make sure I got the shit to just turn around here and show you. Let me show y'all this. Hold on, somebody said something. What other heavyweight dogs out there in Mayday class 60 pounds get avoided in today's time? Well, one thing for damn sure, I hear people in today's time talk about there wasn't no big dog back there in the time that Mayday was back there. When here's some information. For Mayday's third and fourth match, Mayday went in the champions. He went into a full-time winner when I first seen him. Then he went into grand champion Buddha, who was a 5-time winner, and that was the one that broke his leg. The one that punched him in the chest was the one that hit him in the chest in his championship. But remember now, I said a 4-time winner and a 5-time winner for 3 and 4. So where they come up with there was no big dogs during the time that Mayday was out there, I just told y'all that means there was a 4-time winner who won 4 and a 5-time winner who won 5. So that's total of 9 big dogs that lost to the 2 dogs that Mayday beat. And Mayday killed them both. You heard what I said. Mayday killed them both. That's what kind of bulldog he was. So there was every bit of reason. You know, you think Victor was talking shit when he wanted to go after Yellow Buck, and Yellow Buck was nowhere near Mayday's size? Yeah, Will. I wanted to bring you in on that one, Will, because you're right about that. That Miss Jamie, she's a registered mare. You know, they just didn't have her list down there, but she is definitely a true registered mare.
And my thing is, first of all, man, you ain't never seen Mayday. To me, talking about it is not like seeing it.
No.
So that part right there is where I'd be tripping at, because you wouldn't be saying that if you seen him. Period. I wouldn't give a damn. There's plenty of people that could have been standing across from that dog. There was plenty of them dogs out there. So my thing is, if you hadn't seen him, then it shouldn't have been no doubt why you wouldn't want that shit on your yard. Especially if you had the opportunity to get it. We was just one of the first ones to do it. But you see, when Victor did what he did, you see who he put them dogs in the hands of. That's the part I need you to understand. The dog didn't get famous on his own. Victor had a plan, and his plan was executed if you just pay close attention to who he gave the dogs to. And I guarantee you, every last one of them who got a dog seen Mayday. What you think, Mo?
You know what I'm saying?
No, every last person who got a dog seen him. And knew that, well, but one thing that they needed to do, and that is get this, match this one. You got to match them. You raise them up, and then you match them. See what they're about. Period. If they anything like their daddy, they're gonna be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes shit just fold like that, fellas. Some people just happen to be in the right place at the right time. So yeah, it's easy to sit back and think all you want, but different story when if you was one of them that actually stood across from him, like the one that hit him in the chest. Man, both dogs that made him, go, yeah, he murked him. You know what I'm saying? I think you had a better chance if you hadn't hurt him, because once you hurt him, he was stood. I personally think the level of intensity when you start talking about Mayday and our dogs, it wasn't nothing about his talent. Wasn't nothing about his agility, like he was some fast moving. No, this is to me, the groundwork of what a real bulldog's supposed to do and act like. Crazy. Just stone cold intensity, just all out crazy. And for those who have never seen him, it was something that I say you would have loved it, because I loved it. Not just him, but I loved it in our dogs. Mo talks very highly because we were known for doing nothing but bringing in killers, period. That ain't bragging. That ain't us thinking we better than anybody, because remember, we had to beat somebody. For us, that was just what we felt more comfortable with doing. And both KP and Mo felt like we needed more than just Mayday. And he's been trying to tell y'all that all night. It ain't never been Mayday. Mayday brought that fire, that intensity, that craze. But that Bug Jeep bought that damn killer. And it was evident, at least for us, because it became a trait that I never heard too many other people talk about in them same type of breedings. That's what made Going Hard dogs a little bit different.
Hey, Mr. Nicholas asked, did y'all breed to Mayday before he went to Puerto Rico? Well, Mayday went to Puerto Rico around his first and second match. When he went over there, we bred Red Ace to Mayday when he became a 4-time winner. No, yeah, he was a 4-time winner when we bred Red Ace to him. No, he was still champion Mayday when we bred Red Ace to him. So his first and second, I think it was the first or second match. It might have been both of them that, Mayday did go to Puerto Rico and get matched. But he was champion Mayday when we bred Red Ace, and he was grand champion Mayday when we bred Brat back to him.
Yeah, but the first time we seen him, he was a
2-time winner.
2-time winner. was 2-time winner. But after seeing that first one, oh hell no, I got this. Well, that's a big dog. That's crazy. What you reading in the chat, Mom?
No, I was reading this right here. Well, I can tell you like this: if they breeding, you said the Latin boys, I would like to know one good dog they got out the shit that you talking about. You know, ain't that's a good question there, Mr. Nicholas. You know, give me one good dog that they breed that they can say was coming off of Mayday. What did the Latin boys have that was considered off of Mayday worth talking about? I think that's a good question because you know I know. So if they stole the dog that they was coming back here talking about he was off of Mayday. You know what I'm saying?
Who is that got the shit? Like
Missing Lincoln.
Missing Link.
Yeah, and she ended up in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah.
Guy told me she ended up in the Virgin Islands. Badass bitch. Baddest thing that ever came to the island. Male or female. That's what they said about her. So we believe that. We know that was a Going Hard dog. You know? They said it. They know that was a Going Hard dog. The only dog that should be missing is the shit. You know? A little bitch. So I think she was one of y'all dogs. She was bad as hell. But they said that she was a Going Hard dog.
She was a one-time winner when Miss Link pulled that stuff.
Yeah, she was going for number 2. She didn't keep for number 2.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, I didn't know it was Don brought in Puerto Rico. That's my question. I didn't know Don Brought was in Mexico. You know, look at Pit Dog. Man, fuck that dude. Pit Dog said the man was a sore loser. No, I mean, now Don, I didn't know one. I didn't know he was from Puerto Rico. And if he was, I didn't know that one. But I can say this much. I had seen some of them brought dogs, and they was pretty good. They were Jeep dogs. That's what he was breeding. He was breeding Jeep dogs. And he had some good ones. He definitely had some good ones. I can't say that a lot of them was fast lane, you know, because he was definitely running to some heavy hitters and getting knocked off. But he did have some that could win. I can't see him using anything, none of them in the place of Mayday. I don't see how that shit would have worked. Yeah, Mayday to Lupe, Showtime, that was Twisted in them breeding. That's where Twisted come from. Champion Twisted was off of Mayday to Lupe. I bred Baby to Twisted and got one little female. Little Lupe. Remember her, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I would have got a bigger litter. You know, when you just get one dog and she turned out to be cold, you know, that's why I got rid of her. I sold her. She, no, I want, if that's the only thing I'm gonna get off of Twisted, I don't want her. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want no brood bitch off of Twisted. I want me a match dog. I wanted one like the little female and the male maxing them litter mates. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Max got a badass litter. Them litter mates he had was something else. That's the kind of litter I was looking for.
You still reading?
Oh yeah, I'm going down through the chats. I'm laughing at Pit Dog. Pit Dog telling stories in here. I'm like, damn, Pit Dog, you ought to come up here and tell everybody that story.
Or why are you sitting up there rolling up your mouth?
Oh, okay, yeah. I was looking at Nichols talking about how STP ducked Samson and then came back and beat Sandman. I don't know where you got that story from, but you way off. You way off. Because Samson and Sandman was out the way long before Samson came along. No. Yeah, talking about Ricky Jones, Grand Champion Samson.
Okay.
When he went in the Zinker. That Buck Sandman match was over this. They wasn't even in the same time zone, my friend. I'm sorry, Mr. Nicholas.
So even we talk about ducking, they wasn't in the
right. Samson wasn't even around when Buck beat Sandman. Samson was probably a puppy by then. Because when Samson beat Zinger, you know how many years later that was?
And didn't was he 7 years old when he fought Sandman?
Right. They were both old dogs.
They were both old dogs. God dang.
Samson and Zinger went into each other. Them dogs wasn't no old dogs. My man Archie said, Archie said, yeah, twin, we can say this and that, but when we get in that square, anything could happen. So he said he must agree. You damn right. You know, and we always be talking about, fast lane kennels and fast lane kennels, but then when you beat guys that goes into fast lane kennels, we get scolded sometimes for doing that. But without us doing that, how the little B class gonna ever get to A class if none of the A class want to be bothered with them because they don't get the recognition for letting them go into them. And a lot of times that the ones that did get the recognition, they're going into a big kennel is because they had the money and they damn near had to buy their way in, even if they lost. Sometimes you don't even care who you go into when you trying to get on, because a lot of guys you'll have to do a whole lot of politicking, where it just seems like the best way to get on is to just don't tell them who you are, just put the weight out. And that's why a lot of kennels got a chance to get in too. because doing that, they had a chance to go into some big kennels. You know, I would say 90% of the times they lost, but then you always got that 10%, and that 10% opened doors for you because if you lost, at least you lost to a great kennel. At least you can say you went fast lane. I lost, but I was in the fast lane. I went in Stone City. I went in the hardcore. I went in the Going Hard, you know. You know, you ready to talk about them as losers, but you wasn't even been in, you ain't been in the box to even talk about him going into somebody like us and losing. And you quick to tell somebody, yeah, he lost to him. Well, nigga, who you lose to? Cause we ain't gonna talk about your wins. Cause that wouldn't be a conversation if you was out there winning anything. That's what I be saying. You know, you can tell the ones that do something and the ones that don't. Because the ones that do something wouldn't be making them kind of silly ass comments and, you know, getting in them kind of conversations where that seems like that's a worthy topic to talk about. Somebody winning and losing record. When you want to have them conversations, be a winner first. The conversation sounds a whole lot better when you got competitors talking about winning and losing compared to somebody who doesn't even match a dog talking about it. You know, that conversation won't get nowhere because you basically are nobody. You ain't matching dogs. You have no room to be talking about people that's matching dogs. You really just don't. Back then in my time, you would have been looked upon like, go get a dog and then you can sit down and have a conversation with everybody. You know? Because a lot of things is different. When you matching dogs, there's some conversations you don't have. You know, they ain't worthy conversations because, you know, anybody can go into anybody. You know, you could be a first-time out guy and have an opportunity to go into a big kennel and win. If you come in there with a good dog, most of the time the new kennels come in, they come in with a good dog, but they be getting out shaped. They dogs be good, but that fast lane be too much for them. You know? But again, guys, y'all have to go back and look into your little history things. Samson and Zinger is in a whole different time period of Buck and Sandman. Okay, guys, I hear both of you. Even you, Archie, I see you over there agreeing, but no, you know, Ohio Cash will tell you the story. You know, definitely was there for the Zinger Sandman match. And that was definitely a couple years after Samson. Samson and Zinger. That was a couple years after Buck and Sandman, guys. A couple years. So that can no way be a true statement. Because I wouldn't be going into to Samson. And, you know, he already old as hell when he went into Sandman. Okay, he was already old. So we're talking about a couple years after that. You know, because Samson wasn't no old dog when he went to Zinger. And that's for sure. Both the dogs won several matches. But I can't see Samson and Buck being around the same time for them two dogs that ever been matched into each other. I'm very familiar with both dogs. Okay, very familiar with both dogs in their match career. You know what I mean? My man Archie, anybody tell they got some stuff off of Mayday, Mr. Nichols, they're lying to you, bro. Archie said, yeah, twin, that's some bullshit. Okay, it is. Remember, all of us ain't dead. And all of us is not dead. Well, I'm gonna tell you what went left. I'm gonna tell you what went left. I'm telling you what went left, man. You know, when Mayday left Florida, Mayday was already having problems with his production. I'm telling y'all, Mayday was on roid like all of us was on roid. Okay, so I'm pretty sure before Mayday went out there and won all them damn winners. It's funny if y'all notice. I said Mayday was 3-4 when I bred Red Ace to Mayday. Now think about this. He was a 4-time winner when I bred Red Ace. Okay. And by the time we had Brat and them as puppies, and Brat was 18 months old when we first took her out. Imagine what Victor had to been doing when Mayday came off that 4th win. He had to been breeding Mayday to everything. In that time period that he thought Mayday wasn't going to be used no more because he was a 4-time winner when I bred to him, he was still champion Mayday. By the time that it came down to going for his grand championship, Mayday had a whole bunch of dogs on the ground. I'm telling you, he damn near got bred to every bitch on Victor's yard. I'm pretty sure when I bred to him, you know, it wasn't long after, you know, when I ran over there with Red Ace, you know. But that was still early. Because that was just too early. By the time he left, man, everything he was bred to didn't take. Didn't nothing he was bred to take. I'm telling you. Just thank God that Brat was sick and I wasn't taking her back as a sick dog. You know? That's why he ended up taking Brat with him, because I wasn't taking her back while she was sick. Better get ready to give me Mayday. Okay, Archie. Okay, see, that's what I was saying. See, here, I had to bring this back up. Now, Archie said Don lived in Georgia. Okay, I knew he didn't live in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know who Mr. Nichols is, but he's having a funny night with me tonight, because I'm hearing the buck thing. I'm hearing the Don Brot and Latin boys stealing dog. Ain't nothing good coming out of there, man. And ain't nothing what you saying is right. Stop that. You know, I like to hear from people, but my goodness, man. How did they steal the dog from Don in Puerto Rico? Don't make no sense. Just like the Samson and Buck thing, not making no sense. Come on, get in the ball game, baby boy. You gotta get in the ball game. Your sources is off here a little bit. Well, one thing about Ricky Jones, you cannot believe One thing about Ricky Jones, you cannot believe. Okay, Ricky Jones got on the stand, and Ricky Jones told on some people. You know what I'm saying? Ricky Jones had counterfeit money. Mr. Nico, I know Full Force Kennels, my man. I hear you. And you can be around you can even have Champion Big Head. But my point is this, my man. The things that you're saying, we laughing at, that's all. Because, listen to what you said. First, you put the buck thing together. And then you put the Latin boy stealing a dog from Don Broughton, Puerto Rico. Come on now. I'm not getting on you. I'm just pointing out what you're looking like.
Well, and that comment right there didn't do nothing but make it worse.
Right.
Big shout out to my man Cosmic Cal. Because you don't have to prove yourself, bro. We just talking about the comments you making.
Right.
Like what you just said didn't make the comments that you made look any better. If you're gonna defend something, defend what you said.
Right.
Well, don't care about who you was around. The thing is, listen to what you said, bruh. I mean, was that supposed to fly? Was we supposed to act like we didn't see it? Or, I mean, just tell me, because just about who you was around, how's that going to still change what we was talking about? Maybe that is because who you was around is maybe why you got it wrong.
Here's the other thing. He said he was at the same match in Jersey, but you study harder in the early years. What was your early years? One thing for damn sure. I'm already telling you where I was and where I found out who Mayday was. So it's not, I don't have to claim anything. I got more. Remember, I'm the one breeding to him before anybody even knew who he was, Mr. Nikos. Okay? Now, I'm going to add up everything you just said up to that point to the point you're just trying to make this in front of the screen. You know what I'm saying? Don't make yourself look any worse, because I can turn you into chum, and I don't want to do that. All right? You already got 2 strikes against you because you're the one that's sounding green for you to be sounding like you was at a match back then where Mayday was, and yet you ain't here talking stupid tonight. Okay? That's not the way you're going to get any clout over here. So before you ask me a question like that right there, man, you gotta show me that you was even there, my man. Based on everything else you said before, what you just said about you being there, bro. I mean, I'm not the one that everybody gonna be questioning. It's gonna be you.
Just take it back to the 2 things that you started the conversation with, bro. Everything after that doesn't fix that what you started out with.
Come on now.
Don't care if you was there. That's not going to change the fact of what you said. And we're just trying to get an understanding that you were that far, you were so far off. That's all.
Right.
What are you trying? Are you trying to defend what you're saying? Because you're not addressing what you said. That other shit doesn't mean anything. We're just talking about what you said. You were off. Timing is off. It's okay. Around here to be like my bust. But doing it the way you're doing it, you're turning yourself into chump, because I'm trying to tell you, you're headed down a road that you just don't want to go down. Remember where you at. And we really being nice about it. Really? I mean, you got to understand something, Mr. Nicholas. There's a lot of old dog men up in this room right here. A lot. And you might not know who they is, and they ain't sitting over here trying to do what you're doing and trying to prove themselves to let you know who they are. But trust and believe. They know what you're saying doesn't make sense, and how you're handling it.
Come on,
Makes
man.
it
I wasn't
all
trying to
sad.
get on it. I was trying to get my a way out. Don't start doing that.
Right.
Because that's for people. You say that to people who don't know and don't know
No.
how to answer that. They go right along with you. But no, I picked up on it, and I was just trying to help you, correct you on that. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Nah, it's food been around and all that other shit. Damn.
Right. I know about Full Force. They was all right. Y'all had a lot of badass kennels up in that Jersey area. Voltron Kennels was a nice kennel. Shit, I told you I ran from Jersey. Like I said, I was up there breeding to Angel's Apache when I ran into Mayday, and got a chance to see his third match, his championship match. And then I went back and seen the fourth match, where he got his leg broke. So I don't know if you knew me. I didn't know nobody. I knew Angel. I'm rolling with them again. Remember, I started rolling with the Puerto Ricans. I'm rolling with Angel. I'm rolling with Victor. I'm rolling with TKO, the dude that had Rascal. Now I'm running with Stone City. Then I'm rolling with Big Mike. Come on, y'all from hardcore. You know, and ended up messing around with Eric and Albert. I think his name, I know Eric. I forgot the other brother's name, but I was running around with Evolution. Not running with them, but definitely in contact with them to know, I know a lot about their business.
And don't forget our other Chico friends, BBK, Riera Brothers.
Yep, Riera Brothers. Yep, and don't forget the brother, the Cowboys, the brothers. Yep. So yeah, man, it was the Latinos. They had to lock in, man. I definitely wasn't prejudiced. And then you got the guys up there, Haas, Bull Skull. Yeah, I ran around with a lot of them. Haas and Scooter and them. All of them was dog men, every one of them. Every one of them had great dogs. Every one of them is part of those historical dog men who, a lot of you guys be talking about. I know guys that was doing the same thing. Let me see. 600, he got bought from the brothers. Luke Kane got bought from the brothers. Barracuda got bought from the brothers. Let me see, who else was that? Noriega. No, May. I know May got bought from the brothers. I'm not sure about Chanel. I could be right. Chanel was probably one of them too that got bought. But believe me, man, at one time, all the brothers had the Mayday dogs. I'm including myself. You know what I'm saying? So I was definitely running around because once they got their hands on them, that's when they really did start winning, though. And they had another one over there. They had Bam Bam. I forgot who brother was that. Who really made brothers Bam Bam? It might be Barracudas. I know Bam Bam was another bad one though, y'all. Yeah, that dog right there, he was another one. He was another good one. There wasn't too many out there that I felt like, that could have, it should have been champions that weren't champions. You know what I'm saying? Especially the ones that when Mayday was throwing them, they all had one thing in common. These dogs was very hard to whoop. That's what I can tell you about Mayday. I can say the same thing about Hardcore and they dogs. I can say the same thing about Stone City and they dogs. I can say the same thing about BLB and they dogs. I can sit there and say the same thing about Loctite and they dogs. I can say the same thing about Shady Days and they dogs. Meal Buster and they dogs. Size them up and they dogs, the Gino brothers and they dogs, Gator Boys and they dogs, the Jersey Boys and they dogs, Strictly Business and they dogs, Super Kennels. Miscellaneous. Gameville and they dogs. You know how many people I can say shit about there and they dogs and say that, hey, these was 90% of the dog, man. That 90% of the time you bet on these dudes, you gonna win. I read off a couple good names up in that little line of dog men. So you got to be around to know who you're around. And I was out there like that. Abrahams, Pac-Man, motherfucking Bunts and Company, SWAT team. These Michigan boys. Westside Hoorah. Come on, man.
Don't forget Fat Stan,
Looney, Big Leonard, Looney. Man, I know them all.
Man, who you talking to out here? Who you? Hey, I see you, Kyles. I feel you, Kyles. I was gonna post it up there, but I didn't want to start now. But damn it. Kaz was out there looking out. I got to go with Kaz. Hold on, Kaz. I'm going to do it anyway. Here you go. Right there. You see that, Mo? Hey, Mo.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Kaz. They really hate you talk with so with such conviction, but they hate y'all got the record to back it up. I'd be just watching it all play out. Look, is that what it looked like when I'm not, I think I'm going to be rather harsh when I say this. If that's what it looked like when fake meet real. You know what I'm saying? When you on a real level, you on some real shit. Only real recognize real. Now, like I said, y'all, we have legendary kennels in here that I ain't nowhere on their level.
In here. In this room right here. This chat room. But and you come in here with that foolery, like, come on now.
How you gonna, your head on me because I got the talk show, but you got these great kennels in here that you know what I'm saying?
You're hanging out with you.
You're hanging out with me, and y'all still want to hate. But for what? Yeah, I can show you my shit, but you ought to see they shit.
Yeah.
You'll see that I'm humble about my shit. You don't see me trying to hate on not a one of them in here. You don't hear me even trying to act like I'm better than any one of these dudes that's in here. Hell yeah, I can pull up my shit, but so can they. So you already know real recognize real. One thing for damn sure, if I can pull my shit up, so can they. Trust me, I've done it. So the only reason they hating on me, man, because they ain't me. Let's just cut it down to the facts of the matter. They want to be me, and they just don't want to admit it. You can't admit it, but you want to be me. You wish you was me. You wish you could go in there and grab your pedigree, being you out here with this talk so shit, and slam your shit all around here like I slam mine around, you know, and feel good about being able to no dog man that's in this room knew who I was before I ever touched the podcast. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't even have one. It was over some hating shit that I'm even doing this show that's still around 4 years later. You know, look at the dog man that we didn't have on our show. I don't think I had one dog man on this show that we didn't know. No, every one of them have been on here, from Gotta Eat to goddamn Sniper with him and Jigger and Wiley and all the great dogs that they had. Rasta Man, come on, man. Mau, Triple M. You know I'm always sending the love out to the Abraham. One day he gonna surprise me before I leave this show, and he gonna give me that interview. No, I didn't think it's an interview. I would call it a reunion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I want it to be the last show we do.
Yeah, because y'all would be so much, y'all, you know, now you talking about a person who idolized two people. Me and my brother, we idolized them Abrahams, bro. It was just, this is how we gonna act. This is how we gonna be when we do these dogs. Ain't that how I go, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing to be playing with. I'm gonna just put it like that. You couldn't find two cooler brothers. I mean, come on now. You have to know and understand.
Yeah, and then the thing about it, we have a badass dog. So we didn't act like we was big-headed. We acted like them. Cool, calm, professional.
And collected. Just
come here to kick ass.
Yeah, right.
Let our dogs talk for us. And I acted just like him inside that box. Sure did. Always right there with my dog.
We talked to each other like they did.
Yeah.
Joe did. I mean, the whole plan, everything, the whole way that it's so much that y'all just, you have to be able to understand and play the game. And to have two brothers who knew how to do things, and you had to beat not just the dog, you had to beat them too. And that's how we wanted to be. We wanted to make it hard. It just what the dog wasn't by itself. He was never by himself. They were never by themselves. And I just thought they was just smooth as hell about it. Like you said, twin, I'm gonna come back and kill that bitch. Sitting right there. Never forget that. That is one of my most memorable moments, because he did come back with a bitch and I bet against him. Never forget that. I bet against the Abrahams and the great all-time Queen of Hearts, fellas. How you gonna forget some shit like that? Because the man told me, he didn't tell me. He told me. No, I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But he was, after seeing him get demolished by the pepper, I'm just thinking, you're just upset, Joe. You're just upset. You know what I'm saying? And he said it just as calm. Just say, this same old, he knew he lost and he just made the point. Hit me on the leg. You know what? I'm going to come out. I'm going to kill that bitch. Okay. All right. You weren't playing. See, I'm more like, I want to, that Nate. Nate was just really laid back. The business. You go stand over in that corner and tell him to come this way. Okay. All right. That's where we learn to talk to dogs at and all that kind of crazy shit, fellas. There's so much you can learn from these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
People do find it hard to believe that we actually be talking to the dog. Is that dog listening to him? I think so. I think that's what they doing when we talking to. What you think, Bo?
I think they would be talking to them.
Yeah.
I know mine be hearing me.
Yeah.
You don't wait the day of. It becomes part of that world. They work with me. They being conditioned by me. They being handled by me. There's a relationship there. And it's a consistent relationship because it's all about training. What is training? Repetition is act. You're teaching something to a dog that's repetitively done, they will understand and learn what it means or what you're doing and give it to you. Teaching a dog how to grab a stifle is just like teaching a dog how to sit. You can do it. You can do it. Same with breeding. Tonight, like we was talking about, these breedings and how they work. And I said, tonight, I'm going to pull up my shit. And believe me, I didn't pull up a lot of them. I missed out on Champion Oreo. Sorry, Gameville. I missed out on Champion Russia. Sorry. I missed out on Champion Bullet. Sorry about that, fellas. I missed out on Champion Savage. I missed out on Champion Ali the Great. I missed on Champion Split Personality. These are all champions that I missed tonight. All got going hard in them. You know what I mean? Missed out on Champion Sadachi. Definitely missed out on that one. But these are the champions, y'all. I'm giving a big shout outs to, like Champion Criminal, Champion Blood Raw, Champion Evil Eye, all those dogs coming from Gotta Eat. These are champions that I did not pull up tonight, but as you see with the champions that I did pull up, that was quite a few of them, right? Didn't even have more.
Because you didn't even get into Buddy Love. Yeah, I'm still going hard.
I did not throw up Buddy Love. I didn't want to throw too much on y'all plate. Didn't bring up Buddy Love. I did bring up Yellow Dog. But didn't bring up him. Those are champions, y'all, that I did not make the show. But that's a lot of dogs out there, wouldn't you say? At least when you go grab my shit, you gonna grab it. You ain't gotta go far. You ain't gotta see a whole bunch of shit. Cause a lot of these dogs, you ain't gonna see a whole bunch of them. You're gonna see the winners, but you ain't gonna see them sitting there amongst a bunch of a lot of breedings. Cause that's one thing. A lot of these dogs didn't get bred a lot because they was match dogs. When you're dealing with match dogs and you dealing with roids, and if you really matching dogs, you using roids, and you a winner, and you got a good bred dog, and you got roids on, the chances of you getting a lot of breedings and a lot of litters out of them, unless you figure out what we have to figure out, and that was to know how to take them dogs and rebuild their bodies after we done fucked them up with the roids.
Didn't nobody tell us that part of the game.
Nope. I mean, females and all. Females go through the same shit. We using roids on those females. That's why we couldn't get litters out of their ass. So.
See, we'll tell y'all the bad along with the good. Tell you we didn't know. Didn't even know what a damn cycle was until probably this show. Because, well, shit, I don't remember nobody talking about the shit.
Okay. I see you, Archie. I see you, man.
You got Archie in here, you got Vernon in here, you got Pit Dog in here, you got Willie in here. Come on, man. I know if we go ahead and close the show out, you're gonna might show up.
Yeah. Oh, big shout out to Scratch Liners though. You know, I'll be having Scratch Liners all up on this show. Scratch Line was another kennel. I told you I didn't have no problem getting out there working that shit. Scratch Liners was pretty good. But I say I'm giving props out, you know, the kennels that I knew, like Body Snatcher and Ruckus and them. You always hear me talk about them guys did, because you know them guys had them. When I say fast lane dogs, y'all, I mean these dogs come in. You know when you going into them, you already know. You better be. I wouldn't give a damn what you coming with. You better be ready to go through some real rough ass shit. Because these dogs, they coming in very hard, very fast, and they very rough. I ain't talking about that normal shit either. They be coming in with dogs that come in there and wreck shit. They already understand how the game works. A lot of them guys, they all understood how the game worked. They know. They done done it enough that they know exactly what they need to be bringing in. And if you got them 2 class of Titans, you know, that's how the matches get to be long because they be real good dogs. But anything less than that, you're going to get blew out. I wouldn't care if you was a great kennel. If you bought something a little less than, you know, than what you know you was supposed to be bringing, then you pay dearly. Working around with the right kennel. No, Strictly Business is another kennel that I you know, that I'm always speaking on, but didn't catch them in a rap. You know, a couple of them that I didn't, you ain't gonna catch in a rap, but definitely need to be there. Like Big Dog said, them big kennels, they can win with a cur. They sure can. Cause they rough ass cur could be a grand champion in some of y'all hands. For real. Cause it take a real bad dog to handle a rough ass dog. And especially if he a 30-minute cur, boy, you gotta survive them 30 minutes. And there's a lot of dogs out there that can't.
Big shout out to my man Calypso.
But y'all seen the lab, y'all. Hope y'all like my lab work. I did miss a couple. I mean, I could have kept going. I didn't want to keep going and you know, and start choking y'all down. No, I just picked the main ones. The rest of those was Gameville dogs. Gameville dogs and MVP dogs, yep. And Gotta Eat dogs. Them no them other champions that I named, which all had Going Hard in them. So yeah, a lot of them do over there from Strictly Business was on that business. You know what I mean? And that's why they had great dogs. And the only way you can get grand champions and champions, you know, you do got to match your shit. So a lot of these dudes that we be bringing up, they, you know, they don't be no fly-by-nighters. These dudes they was really getting it in. When it comes to them Latin, you got Latin Force, you got Latin Boys, you got the La Family, La Famila, a lot of them.
La Familia more.
Oh yeah, them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And them guys. Yeah. And Hardcore and Stone City and you know, like I said, them boys down there in Texas, them boys they have some hella fight dogs. The ones that Wall Boys had good dogs and the Plow Boys. They all had good dogs. PBK, they made a whole damn gotta give it to them because to me they was the STP the West Coast. Some may argue that point, but I can't see anybody better than them, who was matching dogs like they was matching them. On the West Coast, they had that shit locked down.
Shit. By his Schoolboy's book, he talk about them.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's going on 2:00. I tried to stop you at 1.
It's 2:02.
Right.
Okay, it's on you, baby.
Well, the chat was still running. I was giving it to you. I was letting you have it, but
right. Well, I know I saw the chat running too. That's why I kind of hung around because I got off the lab over an hour ago. Mm-hmm. Give everybody else something to talk about for the rest of the week, hopefully. I enjoy doing this because I enjoy being informative. I want to tell y'all all the secrets and shit. So when it come your turn in the history of whatever come, you'll always be able to talk about me like y'all talk about Floyd Boudreaux and Earl Tudor and them. You can always make sure y'all can always go back to the videos and make sure somebody ain't out there lying on me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got enough shit out there. Y'all know y'all can go pull up all them damn videos. They should never have to worry about backing up my story in case I'm gone and long gone and gone. And all the dog men that I speak so highly of. I can't say I'm not a man of humility because I'm always speaking of everybody who has something to do with my experience and what I learned in the world of the American Pit Bull Terrier. And that's my final conversation for the night. Mike.
Well, big shout out to my man Cosmo, Con TV. I see you, fam. Just want you to know I see ya. Hey, man. Brothers, as we all understood coming into this, what the hell is the lab? The lab is watered down. Greatness for me. I mean, Mo has a different way about it because they was the actual ones wearing the coat. Well, I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna say Mo, but he always say KP because there's not everything that we ever had at some point came for KP. Mo was always the one to say if it's about that shit, then we're gonna find out. Find out. I guess every lab, your lab gonna always have to have some type of experiment. You know what I'm saying? Understanding that all these great dog men, we didn't create this. This was there when we got there. We just showing y'all. Basically, we were doing the same thing that they was. We have said that from day one. Not trying to be better than anybody. No, we're just trying to do what everybody else is doing to be able to run in the fast lane and be able to maintain what we're doing out there and have good dogs to play with. That's basically the story. And you can learn a lot from that story. And if you truly understand where I'm coming from, or just have a somewhat of an inkling, then that means we have done our job. And I think I deserve some damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles. 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 Give me some damn muscles now. Come on, y'all. Let's get this shit started and end it right. Now, when it's all said and done, and the formula is done, and you can do what we did tonight and just sit there and talk about the formula that was created in the lab, you can't help but just show your love and give me some damn roses. Roses. We need damn roses.
Yeah, bring him up there, y'all. Show some love.
Show some love.
Night coming to an end. Let's get some roses out there, fellas. Show some love now.
Look, this is what we do. This is why we do it. It's the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. It's the love of the game. And if you're gonna love it, we have to share the experience.
Especially when in this room, we get a chance to share with the legends. You know, I be high on my heels when I do the show, and I know we got these legendary dog men in here in the back street, in the chat room, you know, and just sitting back talking about a time period that, you know, we can all look back on, you know what I mean? So I think that has a lot to do with me hanging in there, you know? And big shout out to all my viewers and my followers, you know. Thank y'all. Okay, Mr. Cedric Harvey, we see you, fam. That's one that came out of the back street to pull up in here and say, what's up? We see you, man.
Hey, did you get that? Did you get that one from Calypso?
Which one?
He had a question.
Yeah, he had on there merchandise, Mike, t-shirts.
Yeah. Hit the store link. It's a link to the store.
You know, I still got my dude, Mr. Morris, we got to still hook up, Mike. We still got some stuff, you know. We not to hook up my man. Remember, I got all that stuff for me and his stuff.
Yep, the stuff will still sit there too.
Yep. So I still got my man, Mr. David Morris stuff. I got to still hook him up. We got to hook up Dickie Foster, right? Them the two. Yeah. Hey, make sure you get my man Blue before he go home tonight. Cedric Harvey.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hold on. Let me deal with that right now.
Yes, sir.
Go back and get that dealt with right now.
Best in show. Jigger, you know you got the best in show, boy. Pit Dog. You already know, man. BIS goes to go to Jigger. You know Jigger always my man.
Hey, what I tell you about, look. What I tell you about Fort Lauderdale D. What up, Fort Lauderdale D? I said, wait. In this show, you're going to see another one pop up because I know he out there. My man, Fort Lauderdale D. Super Kennel Fort Lauderdale D. So when I talk about legends, there's another one. He always pop up just to let us know he out here. Appreciate you, fam. And even he be showing the roses and the love. He don't say nothing else to the whole entire thing, but he always show that love. Come on now. Y'all gotta respect that. That's big. I'm trying to find Cedric, Mo.
Yeah, Cedric is right there. You see him on the screen right here?
Oh, I'm over here. I gotta be in the YouTube part, so
okay.
I don't see that pin up over here. I'll find it though. I'm running down the list now. Cause I got way down in the roses and shit. And found. Okay, here we go. I got him.
Okay.
Welcome to the Shark Tank. Bam. Yeah, there you go, fam. Appreciate the love. Hold on. Just call me Fresh. Hey, Fresh. I see you, fam. Hey, Fresh. Here you go, homie.
Let's
Here you
go.
go, homie. Yeah. Here you go. Good. There you go. Get that hardware, fam.
Pit Dog said cannabis on the roses. I feel you. Cannabis on the roses. Yes, sir.
Hey, you can take your pen down now.
Okay. There you go.
MB for fire. Feel you, fam. He always showing the love. I think MB is just sitting around waiting for this part right here. Because he straight shows a mad love. MBNHK. Budded Roses. Yeah. I bet you can't even find the damn thing, can you?
Find what?
What you pent up.
What did I pinned up? Ain't nothing on there right now.
Oh, okay. It just, I love her on YouTube.
Oh, your YouTube running a little slow.
No, because I was back there searching for you, my boy.
Oh, Fresh? You found Fresh?
Yeah, I found Fresh. Yep. I found Just Call Me Fresh. Go ahead, Fresh. Type something again. Let me make sure you blue. Because I know I just got that. You should be blue from now. Yeah. All right, fellas. Appreciate that.
Hey, did you get Cedric? You got Cedric too, right?
I got Cedric. Cedric got his hardware.
Cool.
Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Welcome to the family. They brutal down there. I'm just saying. They brutal, but you can't help but love them because they dog, man. And anybody out there sharing the love, this is just what we do. So, as we close out the show tonight, y'all, you know how we always end this thing, but maybe because we take this game so serious, you know, you got to have just as much heart as the dog, really. And one of the things you're going to love about these dogs is they give you the same love that you give them back. Sometimes you guys, it just seems like that might sound a little off. But I think we love every last dog we ever had. I mean, seriously, unconditionally. Because each one of them to have the opportunity to do what they did. I mean, they made it that far, you know, sharing that love. And when these dogs love you like they, like they can love you, they'll do anything for you. And you'll do anything for them. That's why we always say, treat them right. It's the most important thing. Treat them right. Just this game wasn't built for everybody. So this might not be for everybody, but one thing for sure, the history of this game may never be the same as it was, but because nobody's writing books, these hopefully with you guys' help, these videos, will at least have something that you could always relate back to as we talk about the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier during our time. If you get anything out of it, more power to you, because that makes you a better person. That means you can just take what you want, use it as you please, and you can reap all the benefits. The thing is, be true to this game. I'm telling you. But all the bullshit that's in it, if you stay true to it, it's going to stay true to you. Because one thing, the dogs, they have no control over what they do. As long as you got control of them and you still the co-star. We're always going to talk about the star of the show. But behind the scene is always going to be that co-star. And you got to have just as much in you that the dog gonna have in them. That's why we always. Go ahead, let them know, Mo. Mo?
Yes, sir.
You gotta let them know. We always.
We always.
Yes. Tell them what we do.
We always scratch the win.
Scratch the win.
That's right, baby. Just put us up in there. Let's go get that bag.
Hey. Might sound like an old cliche, but guess what?
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Get him, boy. Get him, girl. Let's go home, baby. Yeah. Fellas, this channel, content, and musical lyrics in no way, shape, or form condones, supports, nor participates in any illegal state, local, or federal laws that violate the Animal Welfare Act of 1976. This channel is strictly for the historical preservation, fictional, educational, and for entertainment purposes only. And with that in hand, we will see y'all Friday. Peace.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pit bulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them pit bulls. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legs in the doom, behind set tone. Loctite, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game bill, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and Metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong, Southern Bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bull shit. 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 Pit bull shit.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air.
Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, welcome to the yard, where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep, every pedigree's prime. The game APBT, worldwide pride. You come correct, or stay the hell outside, legacy made. We grind, we hustle, twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Udo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned and yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, yeah, we run this yard. Nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 way so strong in this dog eat dog world. We know where we belong. The yard where greatness prevail. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. All on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt. Every chain spot turn. Lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn. No shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought. Just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace. Buck to Jeep. Every warrior counts. We ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace. Knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust. We got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, yeah, we run this yard. Nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stacked heavy. 52 way so strong in this dog eat dog world. We know where we belong. The yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made. Y'all in the dirt. Yeah. Knowledge and hard work, it's how history baked. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, to that fame. The game APBT. Remember the name. So step back if you can't handle the heat. The yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. Kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.